Alo Snacks, and welcome to my weekly torment. I'm taking a little bit of a break from the Subnautica Below Zero stream. We are going to get back to that. I'm not just abandoning it. But I really wanted to play some Dark Souls, so...
Shin Megami Tensei.
I'm going to get back to Shin Megami Tensei eventually, too. I promise.
I'm teasing.
I know. I have found that it helps with my motivation to play the games I actually want to play, instead of like the games that I feel obligated to finish because like I've started them on stream. So we're going to get back to Subnautica, but right now, let's get all the achievements for Dark Souls 1. I'm in a super Dark Souls mood lately. So yeah. For people who don't know, getting all the achievements for Dark Souls involves doing 2.5 playthroughs on one character, because getting all of the miracles and getting all of the weapons, all the like special weapons, for reasons that we'll get to in game, you need 3 goes around to get it. So, but the first playthrough is going to be the one that is the majority of this stream series. The second playthrough is going to go a lot faster. The third like bit of playthrough is going to be like an hour probably. It's not going to be like as intensive as it sounds. The first playthrough, like so in Dark Souls terminology, the first playthrough is new game, and then new game plus, and then new game plus 2, new game plus 3, etc. The new game playthrough is the long one. That's the intensive one. That's where I'm going to be exploring every nook and cranny, explaining lore, explaining story, and then new game plus, we're going to be speeding through, doing only the things we need to do, and new game plus 2 is like I said, like an hour. The rats are not in my basement. There's no rats in my basement or in my chat. There's no rats. There's no rats.
You didn't call them girlies.
I didn't call them girlies. That's true. I'm sticking with snacks for now. I have to decide what I want to actually do. But anyway, hi J Hill, hi Corgi, hi Nonbean. It's good to have you all here. You're choosing to watch me instead of the Super Bowl, and that means a lot. Let's get into the game, shall we? If I can find there it is. So, I'm curious, for the people who are in chat right now, hi Nonex, welcome to the stream, Nonex. For people who are in the chat right now, what is your experience with Dark Souls 1? I'm curious, because if everyone is like a super expert in Dark Souls 1, I'm probably not going to go into huge detail on the story or anything, but I'm curious, or on the mechanics I'm using for that matter. Let's watch the opening cutscene. Oh, it is? Oh, I forgot, actually, we're not going straight into the opening cutscene. We're going into character creation. That's important.
The biggest boss.
The biggest boss in the game. I'm not going to spend long on the visual aspects of character creation, though. We're not... There is something with controls that we're going to want to change, but I can't change it right now, I don't think. This will be your first time seeing the game, Nonex. Okay. In that case, I'm going to really be careful. Dark Souls 2 is my favorite too, J Hill. Thank you. I love you. Or it's not my favorite, but I think it's way better than people give it credit for. Sometimes it's my favorite. Sometimes 1 is my favorite. Very occasionally 3 is my favorite. But usually 2. Usually 2. So, character name... Oh, sorry. I cut myself off. Because this is Nonex, and I'm sure other people's first time seeing this game, I'm going to really let the story just kind of play out. Like, I'm going to let the opening cutscene play out. I'm going to let characters' dialogues play out. I'm not going to speak over it. And then I'm going to be trying to explain what I can of the story and the lore as I go. I'm not going to look at every single item description, but I'm going to look at enough. Anyway, character's name is obviously... Everyone knows what it has to be. Oh, I forgot just barely not enough characters. Slurge Balsner. Nonbean, I'm gonna ban you.
Thanks, Pepper Pisan.
J Hill.
Like
What was that?
That's actually the best thing ever.
Yeah, it kind of is. It's kind of cool, actually. J Hill, is the character you really like the look of Priscilla? Okay. Woman, obviously. Class, we're going sorcerer, because especially in the mid to late game, we're just gonna be able to blast down bosses, and that's really good for a quick, like, we're doing 2.5 playthroughs. I don't want to spend longer on bosses than I need to. It might make the beginning of the game a little slower. But it should be fine. Oh, Priscilla is your second. Okay, who's your first? I'm curious. Quaylag. Quaylag, duh. Of course it's Quaylag. Oh, game is loud. Thank you. Well, I'm sorry to tell you, J Hill, I am going to have to kill Priscilla at least once to get all the achievements. I need her tail and I need her soul. Let's... Oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Let me make the game a little quieter. Let's see. How is that? Master key for the gift, of course. I'll explain why as we go further into the game. Physique, tiny head. Always got to be tiny head. That's such a big difference. I think it's funny. Okay. Face. I'm not going to spend too long on this. Slightly lower? Okay. Thank you. Dark Sun Gwendolyn. Yeah, that makes sense. Why did Gwendolyn not occur to me? I think Gwendolyn got really shafted by the lore, and a lot of the community being as transmisogynistic as it is not great to her either. It's rough. These are all the preset characters. Let's just go with commoner. Hair. I always like to go ponytail. Ponytail A. Hair black. Transmisogynistic, what happened? I will explain. I will explain when we get there. That's not going to be this stream, almost certainly. Alright. Let's see. Gift is right. Class is right. Okay, I guess we're ready to go. And let's listen to this opening cutscene.
In the age of ancients, the world was unformed, shrouded by fog.
Thanks, Pepper Paysan.
A land of grey crags.
Thank you for the likes. I will respond more later.
And everlasting dragons. But then there was fire. And with fire came disparity. Heat and cold. Life and death. And of course, light and dark. Then from the dark they came and found the souls of lords within the flame.
Give it up for Nito, everyone. Love his design.
The first of the dead. The Witch of Izalith and her daughters of chaos. Gwyn, the Lord of Sunlight, and his faithful knights. And the furtive pygmy, so easily forgotten. With the strength of lords, they challenged the dragons. Gwyn's mighty bolts peeled apart their stone scales. The witches weaved great firestorms. Nito unleashed a miasma of death and disease. And Seath the Scaleless betrayed his own, and the dragons were no more. Thus began the Age of Fire. But But soon the flames will fade, and only dark will remain. Even now, there are only embers, and man sees not light, but only endless nights. And amongst the living are seen carriers of the accursed dark sign.
We will learn the name of the land, Non-Bean. Don't worry. It is going to take a second, though.
Yes, indeed. The dark sign brands the undead. And in this land, the undead are corralled and led to the north. Where they are locked away to await the end of the world. This is your fate.
So you saw what we looked like in the character creator. We're not going to quite look like that immediately. You'll see when we get a close-up of the face. We're a Zom. I don't think my favorite character is Patches. It might just be because I'm very used to like his bit, but I'm a little bored of Patches' bit. I don't know. Anyway, dungeon cell key. So we're undead. That's like the thing about all Dark Souls games. That's the explanation for why we can come back after dying each time. Like we're dead. Also, look at that friend. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. My favorite character, if we're talking just like, okay, so I like the female undead merchant. I hate that there's the undead merchant and the female undead merchant. I hate that. I like her a lot for a character that has no presence in the story at all. I think she's fun. But like, if we're talking characters that actually have a presence in the story, I like Priscilla a lot. I like Frant and Koth a lot. Or I like what they represent for the story. Also, this is a bonfire and our first achievement. Only a few more. Only a few more. Bonfires are checkpoints. Basically, we come here, we refill our healing items. Enemies respawn with a few exceptions. We can't do it here, but we can level up. We can do a few other things. We can attune our magic. We're a spellcaster class, so that's important. Because we started as a sorcerer, we start with soul arrows attuned. But we can't actually use them yet. We don't have like a staff. I don't know. I'll think more about my favorite characters as we go. Maybe like the Firekeeper and Anne Orlando. I like her a lot. Yeah, yes, Pepper. I am planning to get every achievement, which is going to be 2.5 playthroughs. Alright, first boss. We can't fight him yet. We don't have a weapon. So we have to just run this way. You're usually expected to die there, but like, if you've played the game, you know you can just run through there. And then another bonfire. I'm not even going to bother sitting at... yeah, I'm not even going to bother sitting at this one. I'm just going to light it. Small leather shield. We're not using that shit. We're not using shields at all in this run. Also, I should say, Dodge roll gives you invincibility frames. Very useful, and that is going to be my main method of defense because I'm not using shields. And you can regular attack and heavy attack. And on the next enemy, I'll show a few other things you can do. Like basic mechanics. You see the stamina, and you see in the top left, those health bar, stamina bar, and humanity. Humanity is 0 right now. I'll explain more about what that does as we get humanity. Health is obvious. Stamina. Stamina is really important in this game. This is not Skyrim. Stamina determines what you can do, and then when you're out of stamina, you cannot do anything. I was mashing roll, but the stamina was gone, and I could not roll. And you can't, you attack, and then you have to stop attacking, and you can't roll, and it's very important to manage your stamina. Very important in this game. That's just one of those things that in your first playthrough, you're going to get caught by that, almost certainly. Before I get that, let me just... See, if I came over to this door before, it would have said can't open from this side. Dark Souls has a lot of level design like that, where like things loop around and you open up shortcuts. Let's get some plot.
Oh, you. You're no hollow. Thank goodness. I'm done for, I'm afraid. I'll die soon, then lose my sanity. I wish to ask something of you. You and I, we're both undead. Hear me out, will you?
Yeah, we'll hear him out. This guy's name is Oscar, by the way. It's not said in-game, I don't think, but his name is Oscar of Astora.
Regrettably, I have failed in my mission, but perhaps you can keep the torch lit. There is an old saying in my family, thou who art undead art chosen, and thine exodus from the undead asylum maketh pilgrimage to the land of ancient lords. When thou ringeth the bell of awakening, the fate of the undead thou shalt know. Well, now you know. And I can die with hope in my heart. Oh, one more thing. Here, take this. An Estus flask. An undead favorite.
Another achievement for getting the Estus flask. Some achievements are real easy. Some of them are annoying for no reason.
Oh, and this. Now I must bid farewell. I would hate to harm you after death. So go now, and thank you.
All right, and if we walk away and keep our ears open, he died. That sound means, like, the death of a player or of, like, an NPC that operates on similar rules to the player, which there are some. Yeah, J Hill says, one of the character... Oh, no, you retracted it. Yeah, Oscar doesn't really have a plot line in this game. We are going to see him one more time, but yeah, Praise the Sun and Onion Knight do have bigger stories. I'm not saying their names yet, just like you didn't. Okay, anyway, let me show you parrying. Also very useful until we can get really powerful spells. You hit an enemy, or not hit an enemy, you like parry with the right timing when they attack, and they get like stopped for a second, and then you get a really powerful attack on them. Let's get our staff, or our sorcerer's catalyst. So catalyst is actually kind of a mistranslation in this game. I'm not sure why, like in the Japanese, it's just staff. But in this game, the sorcerer, the things that you use as a sorcerer to cast spells are called catalysts. Don't know why. This is how you use spells. Spells are a little risky because they do a lot of damage and they're ranged, but also you're usually like stuck in place for a bit, like sometimes much longer than with this spell, and just kind of like hoping you don't get hit in the meantime. It's a little bit of risk and reward. Oh, you get jumping attacks like so. Even basic enemies in these games always have those really big combos like that, that can kill you pretty easily. Actually, I'm going to show backstabs. Backstab. It is exactly what it sounds like. This is Dark Souls 1, which means if you're a melee build, you're doing a lot of backstabs. A lot of backstabs. That's just kind of how the mechanics of this game play out. As a sorcery build, I probably won't do as many, but I'll still do some. And some parrying as well. Jay Hill asked what my usual build is. Usually, I do like a strength build with a claymore. I love the claymore. And this is locked. We will be coming back here later for a very important item. Anyway, Estus. You drink it, it gives you health, it refills at bonfires. Different amounts depending on what bonfire you rest at, but we'll get into those mechanics later. And this is the tutorial for plunging attacks. Just gonna bait out some attacks. There we go. And now while he's in his very long recovery, I'm just gonna pelt him with spells. Pepper says he's thick. He is. Okay, the dagger does nothing. I'm not using the dagger on this guy. And there we go. Tutorial boss beaten. If I had beaten him that first time I saw him, instead of running out there, I would have gotten a special weapon for it. That is usually a New Game Plus thing, but if you start with black fire bombs, you can do it pretty easily. I could have also done it with my broken sword. It would have taken a while, but I could have done it. And you'll notice for the spells, there's no mana. We have a certain number of casts for each spell, and that refreshes at bonfires also. And we're about to learn the name of the land, by the way. I know Nambin wanted that. Joe says, I think you can upgrade the broken sword into an actually good weapon. You can, and we're going to have to do that at some point for this run, because one of the achievements needs it.
But one day an undead shall be chosen. To leave the undead asylum in pilgrimage to the land of the ancient lords. Lordran.
I have always thought Lordran was a stupid fucking name for the land of ancient lords. Like, come on. Dark Souls 2 gives us Drangleic, and Dark Souls 3 gives us Lothric, and I think those are both better names. And that's an achievement also for arriving in Lordran. I'm going to explain some mechanics, but first let's talk to this guy. So, every Dark Souls game has one of these NPCs, or an NPC filling this role. This is our Crestfallen guy. His name is the Crestfallen Warrior. Dark Souls 2 has the Crestfallen Salden. Dark Souls 1, or Demon Souls rather, has the Crestfallen Knight. And Dark Souls 3 has... I don't remember his name. He's not actually called Crestfallen in that game, but he's the same guy.
Well, what do we have here? You must be a new arrival. Let me guess. Fate of the undead, right? Well, you're not the first. But there's no salvation here. You'd have done better to rot in the undead asylum. But too late now. Well, since you're here, let me help you out. There are actually two bells of awakening. One's up above in the undead church. The other is far, far below, in the ruins at the base of Blight Town. Ring them both, and something happens. brilliant, right? Not much to go on. But I have a feeling that won't stop you. So, off you go. It is why you came, isn't it? To this accursed land of the undead?
So yeah, he just gave us our goal, and it is pretty threadbare in this game. There's not a lot of, like, personal stakes. It's just like, yeah, go ring the 2 bells. So he told us one of the bells is up there. We can't really see it yet, but there's like a church up there on that cliff. And the other, if you look, ooh, you can actually get a good angle on it here. Let's see. Let me go around. You see that tree over there? That huge tree. At the base of that tree, there's a swamp. That's Blighttown, and that's where we're going for the second one. The second bell. You can sort of see the swamp down there. It's really unclear, obviously, because it's very far away. Pepper says, I like the huge tree above you. Yeah, it's cool. And, like, the giant bird, by the way, is still there. Anyway, let's keep talking to him.
Ah, your face. You're practically hollow. I don't know. Going hollow could solve quite a bit.
So I should explain. Hollows in Dark Souls are people who are undead who have eventually, because they've been alive for so long and they've lost, like, they don't have a purpose anymore. They don't have, like, a goal. They have just lost their minds and they've just kind of forgotten who they are. Dark Souls 2 is way more about, like, on a personal level, what hollowing is like. It's one of the reasons I like Dark Souls 2 so much. This game is not really about it very much, but it is there. It is an element of it.
What? Restoring your humanity? Well, there are a few ways to go about it. Collect it bit by bit from corpses. Or you can butter up a cleric and get yourself summoned. And the quickest way, although I'd never do it, is to kill a healthy undead and pillage its humanity. Coveting thy neighbor is only human, after all.
He immediately tells you, like, yeah, go kill people, and then...
What are you looking at? Don't try anything clever. You might regret it.
I've always liked that joke. I think that's kind of funny.
What? You want to hear more? Oh, that's all we need. Another inquisitive soul. Well, listen carefully then. One of the bells is up above in the undead church, but the lift is broken. You'll have to climb the stairs up the ruins and access the undead birb through the waterway. The other bell is back down below the undead birb, within the plague-infested Blighttown. But I'd die again before I step foot in that cesspool.
All right. So then, Corgi, you can see a list of redeems in the description. J Hill, my favorite maiden. You say the doll, so I'm assuming it's not just Dark Souls. So I'm gonna say Melina from Elden Ring. I actually like her a lot. She's the maiden that feels the most, like, relevant to the plot. But I do also like the maiden in black from Demon Souls, actually, like, a lot. But, like, that's obviously, like, out of all of the, like, Soulsborne games, I feel like Demon Souls is the one people have played the least. So that's not one that I feel like is on a lot of people's lists. And, look, I can also understand why people wouldn't like her specifically, but I like her.
Hey, loser.
Thank you for the sweets. I'm going to take a sip. All right. This item here, humanity, is very important. Let's look at it in the inventory, actually. Okay. Humanity. Rare tiny black sprite found on corpses.
Thanks, Pepper Paysan.
Thank you, Pepper. Thank you for liking the stream. Used to gain 1 humanity and restore a large amount of HP. This black sprite is called humanity, but little is known about its true nature. If the soul is the source of all life, then what distinguishes the humanity we hold within ourselves? That is a question we're going to get an answer to way later in the game, like second playthrough. But like the way that humanity works is when it's in the just in Soul's terminology, when it's in your inventory, we call it hard humanity. If I were to use it, that number in the top left corner of the screen that says 00 right now would go up, and that we call that soft humanity.
Hey, loser.
And thank you very much for making me non-toxic. I appreciate it. Yay. So if you sometimes I'll just like be going through the world and I'll get some soft humanity. You just kind of get it from kills sometimes. And when I'm talking about soft humanity, just know I'm referring to that number in the top left. I'll talk more about what you do with it later.
Hey, loser.
Thank you for the sweets. Ow. One thing I'll say though is that having soft humanity increases your item discovery rate up to a maximum of 10 humanity. You can go up to 99 humanity, but most of the benefits don't stop once you get to 10. Let's go looking around Firelink Shrine a little bit. Fire bombs. We're not going to really use those much, probably. Let's talk to Petrus.
Hello there. I believe we are not acquainted. I am Petrus of Thurland. Have you business with us? If not, I'd prefer to keep a distance, if possible. Hello there. I realize that I have requested that we retain our distance, but I also want you to know that it is not meant in ill will. Here, take this as a token of peace. No, go ahead. It's for you.
J Hill says, I'm glad I can actually chat about the games you play so often. Maybe I'm wrong, but it seems like it's nice to have someone else who knows the game in these streams. Again, I could be wrong. You're not wrong. That is nice. I like to have like a mix. I like to have people I can actually explain the game to, but I also like to have people who already know the game and can kind of like see what I'm doing. You know what I mean? In a different way. It's nice. I like having that mixture. Okay.
Oh my. You again. Oh, I know. How about this? I have to await my companions here anyway. So what if I were to teach you some miracles? Would that please you?
Let's get some miracles. We're actually going to need to collect every miracle for one of the achievements we need.
Very well. Then first, a covenant with the gods.
That's another achievement for us. So there are, I believe, 9 covenants in this game. They all do different things. They're all related to online play. I'm not really super concerned with any of them right now, especially the Way of the White. I'm not going to get this, but just getting this yes or no question, join covenant, yes or no, counts for the achievement. So we just got that achievement for the Way of White. I'm not going to join.
That is a shame. But each to their own. Speak to me if you have a change of heart.
Way of White, I think the benefit of it is supposed to be that if another player uses a miracle, like especially healing miracles in a certain area, they have a chance to leave like a ring in like a little white floating ring in your world in the spot where they used it. And then if you use a miracle near that spot, your miracle is more powerful. I've seen it happen like twice my entire time playing this game. A lot of the miracles in Dark Souls 1 are kind of bugged. And some of those got fixed in Remastered, but I don't think Way of White did. And I never bothered with it, really. And I said I need all the miracles in order to get the achievements. I'm not going to buy any from Petrus right now because there's going to be some storytelling stuff going on with him. And one of the mechanical ways that his story gets expressed is the fact that he charges way more for his miracles than other people do. So I'm not going to bother with him right now, especially because I don't need the miracles for my own playthrough. Like, I just need it for the achievements. But let's take a look at some miracles. Oh, I can't even do it. I have to do the covenant for that, which I don't want to do. So, oh well. I don't need any miracles from him anyway. Soul of a Lost Undead. I'm not going to read the description, but these items are... You'll see a lot of like Soul of Lost Undead, Soul of Proud Knight, things like that. These are just stored currency. You see on the bottom right, we have 2288 souls. Souls are the currency and experience points of this game. And those items are just... But like you lose souls on death and you have to pick them up from your bloodstain. Souls that are in your inventory as like Soul of a Proud Knight, Soul of a Nameless Undead, whatever, you don't lose those. So like they're helpful for using them when you need them and then just kind of not worrying about them at other times because you don't drop them. Let's drop down here. Some treasure chests. Homeward Bones. Very helpful items. They return you to the last bonfire you rested at. I'm immediately putting these in my quick bar. And you see on the... Of those 4 icons on the bottom there where the Estus flask is, I can swap between any items on my quick bar on that slot. Morningstar and Talisman, almost like a cleric would use. Talisman is how you cast miracles. But then cracked red eye orbs, why would that be near the priest items? Cracked red eye orbs let you invade other players' worlds and try to kill them. Very interesting. And Lloyd's talismans are just items that you throw at other players, and if you hit them, they can't heal for a bit. This area down here, the graveyard. This area is infamous because there are some enemies in here that are way tougher than you're expecting at the very beginning of the game. Like, my spell did nothing, and that's all I got. My dagger is not going to do very much, so let's run back here. And the thing about the graveyard is that it is kind of the most obvious way to go from Firelink Shrine. And so a lot of players will try to go in the graveyard and get slaughtered and not understand why and not know they're supposed to go up those stairs instead. And that's, I think, where a good amount of the reputation for this game being super, super difficult comes from. And, like, I don't think people are wrong for that. I think the game doesn't signpost that very well. Anyway, now we can level up. And we can also kindle and reverse hollowing. So reverse hollowing is like when you have soft humanity, you can spend one to become a human and become like not zombified. And then once you're human, you can kindle. So every bonfire has 3 possible kindling levels. Wait, no, 4. Sorry, 4 possible kindling levels. You see right now, when I got the Estus flask, I had 5 max Estus. At this bonfire, I have 10 max Estus. It has been kindled once. I can't kindle it any further right now because you need a special item for that. But eventually you can kindle bonfires up to giving you 20 Estus flasks, which kind of destroys the challenge of the game, but it's really, really helpful. It doesn't destroy the challenge of the game, but it removes a lot of the challenge of attrition in this game. So this bonfire is kindled. Other bonfires, if I were to go to like the next bonfire that we can unlock, that would go back to giving me only 5. So I'm going to be making a point in this first playthrough of kindling the important bonfires. Okay, these are our stats that we can level up. Vitality is how much health you have. Attunement is how many spells you can equip. Endurance is how much stamina you have, and also your equip load. Endurance is actually like a broken, like super useful stat in this game. You need to, no matter what your build is, you need a high endurance. Even as like a sorcerer, which is probably the build that needs like the least, I'm still probably going to get that up to like 20, 25, maybe 30. And like the cap for each skill is usually like around 50 or 60. Strength is strength and dex are just like certain weapons do more damage if you have higher strength. Certain weapons do more damage if you have higher dex. They all scale differently. Resistance is a useless stat. Never put points in resistance ever. It's just like how resistant you are to status effects, but it's never a noticeable increase. It's not where you should upgrade ever, ever, ever. Intelligence and faith are your spellcasting stats, rather. Intelligence is for sorcery. Faith is for miracles. We are going to be pumping up our intelligence really high, probably up to like 60. We're going to also be getting our faith up to 25 because there is one covenant and one set of miracles that you can only get if you have 25 faith, unless you do co-op, which we're not going to be doing in this. So that's a little bit annoying, but we have a long time before we have to worry about faith. I'm going to say for right now, I'm going to dump stats into, actually, let me look something up real quick. One of the first weapons I'm going to use when I replace this dagger, I want to see what the stat requirements are for it. I should have done that before stream. Okay, the weapon I'm going to needs 10 strength and 14 dex. So let's start putting points into... I'm going to get my strength up to where it needs to be. And then I'm going to pump dex until... Ooh, I'm actually really close. Only one more dex later next time I level up. And then we'll be ready to use that sword when I get it. And you can see for each level that you go up, the next level costs more souls than the previous one did. Right now, 758 souls, that is nothing. But it's going to get up really, really, really high. Oh, the other thing about strength. You can two-hand weapons like this. Like now I'm two-handing this dagger. That effectively makes the strength requirement lower. I believe it effectively acts like your strength is... It changes per game, so I'm not sure. It's either twice what it is or 1.5 times what it actually is. I have to double check. That's useful for a lot of builds where you're not really pumping strength. And also two-handing is just helpful a lot of the time for its own purposes because you do more damage and sometimes you get a better moveset. Let's go on to the first real area of the game. Oop, I did not think that would kill him in one hit. So these guys are undead warriors. That's the enemy type. But you see down here, they're already giving us a hint of the next enemy type as like, oh, this is like a little challenge for you, which I always think is fun because in the area after the one we're going to, those guys down there, undead soldiers, are just going to be the regular enemy type. And I like getting a little hint of them ahead of time. I think that's fun. How many cheeses do I use, J Hill? I'm not entirely sure what you mean. Oh, before I forget, there's some options I want to quickly change. Jump. Okay, so jumping in this game by default, the button choice sucks. So you hold B to run, and then while you're holding B, you have to quickly tap B without ever fully letting go of it in order to jump. It's bullshit. Every game in the series after this one changed it to clicking in the left stick, and that's what I'm doing too. It makes the jumping so much easier. And there's a lot of like small jumping puzzles in this game that are needlessly difficult because the jumping controls suck, and it's nice to have that option. Ooh, he's using Estus, so I'm just gonna kill him in that time. Let's jump up here. And yes, if we fall, that kills us instantly. So shooting the dragon from under with a bow, I'm going to do that because at some point, probably not the first playthrough, because I do need the Drake sword as one of the swords, like for one of the achievements. But I'm not actually using the Drake sword ever. The Drake sword is an infamous noob trap weapon in this game. It's really, really, really good when you're new at the game, and it falls off incredibly quickly, and at that point, you don't really know what to do because you haven't been upgrading weapons or anything. But I used it in my first playthrough. I have memories of the Drake sword, the good memories of the Drake sword. Yeah, besides that, I'm gonna probably not use too many cheeses, but I'm a sorcerer, so I'm gonna get to the point of two-shotting bosses anyway, so it's gonna feel like a cheese even if it's technically not. Also, giant rat. This is what you're calling yourself, chat. Is this what you want? Is this what you want to be? You want to be this? You want to be this? Is that what you want to be? The rats in this game, by the way, drop humanity at a higher rate than other enemies do. It's supposed to be because they're scavenging corpses, but they're useful for farming for that reason. And you see the way up to the level, and already we're seeing what I was talking about, that Dark Souls level design with all the looping paths and shortcuts. And here we are in the Undead Burg. Any second now when the title wants to appear. There we go. Oh, I did that too early. Parry. This area, the Undead Burg, is, with no exaggeration whatsoever, I think the best design area in the game and one of the best design starting areas in video gaming. It's really interesting how it loops. Like, if we just look, if I can get a good angle on it. Like, you see over on the top right side of the screen, you see those stairs? That's a very important room that we're going to see maybe next stream, maybe this stream. And just the way that it all just, like, loops around in that way is so cool to me. It'll become more apparent as we play through more and you see more of this area. I think it's real cool. And backstab. You okay, Pepper? One second, chat. I gave the wrong impression. Pepper's fine. We're ordering food. Don't worry. Hey folks, we're back. Sorry about that. Just a quick dinner logistics discussion. Oh, also, you might know this down there. I have 11 Estus flasks. Sometimes when you kill an enemy, you get another Estus flask charge. It's a really low chance, and it seems pretty random, but it happens sometimes, and it's pretty helpful when it does. Oh, people are talking about Fallout. I enjoyed Fallout 3 when it came out. I play Fallout 4 sometimes just because it's a good game to just like wander in. But New Vegas, obviously, I've talked about it before, one of my favorite games of all time. I love New Vegas. You see those enemies over there just hanging? Can't lock onto them, so I can't shoot them. But it's good to be able to at least spot ambushes before they happen, even if you can't stop them. Not the way I meant to roll. Oh. Sometimes spells hit level geometry that it looks like they shouldn't. Okay, now I'm less worried about saving spells and I just want to kill them. Okay, there we go. That was an example of how even low-level enemies, even when you're skilled and experienced with the game, can just fuck you up if you're not careful. Now, let's see if I can free aim this. Now it's going to be too far to the right. Not from there, unfortunately. We've gotten them before. Garlic knots in general are good, but not from the place that we're ordering from. Free aiming spells in this game kind of sucks, but it's a skill you do pick up eventually. Just because it's really good for diffusing ambushes like this one. Okay, I think that's fine. I don't have to hit the other two right now. Two-handing. See how it does a lot more damage? That only took 2 hits. Rubbish. An item that is good for literally nothing. Except, there is one thing in this game that rubbish has a use for. So, we're going to be doing that when it comes up. Probably not this stream, but possibly. We're getting pizza. Okay. Yeah, you already see, like, that was a completely optional area that just kind of loops back around on itself. The Undead Burg is filled with that, and I think it's really cool. Anyway, these are fog gates. Normally, fog gates, especially in later games, fog gates kind of are just there for, like, this is the entrance to a boss fight. In this game, it's also just like, oh, this is an important door, just so you know, and then once you go through it once, it's never there again. Not entirely sure why they chose to do it that way. So I'm not exactly getting, like, I'm ordering from a pizza place, but I'm getting a calzone. I'm getting a Mediterranean calzone. Hellkite Drake. So you saw that enemy. We hit his shield, and the shield went flying. Like, he, like, had this exaggerated animation of, like, throwing his hands back. That was because shields have a stat called stability, and that's a very low stability shield. And that means that he took a hit, and taking that hit drained all of his stamina and left him very vulnerable. Yeah, basilisks are my least favorite enemy type, although the, what do you call them? Man-eater clams, I think, are also very annoying, especially because of where, in particular, a certain group of them are placed way later in the game. For a boss run. Very annoying. Also, shields all have different stats for, like, how much of each damage type they block. Like, baseline good shields block 100% of physical, but I think these guys, like wooden shields, don't even block 100% of physical. But, like, most shields don't block 100% of anything except for physical. So, like, if you hit them with magic, they'll still take at least, like, scratch damage. In fact, let's take a look. Wooden shield. Damage reduction percentages on the right, you can see there. Physical, it blocks 93% of damage. Magic, 40. Fire, 30. Lightning, 65. And its stability is 52, which is actually not bad. But everything else is kind of garbage. And shields are just the thing I don't care about in this run at all. I'm not using shields. This is not how you played this game when it came out, but people kind of picked up different playstyles from the later games in the series where dodge rolling is much more important. Anyway, new bonfire. And enough levels to make sure our dex is up as high as it needs to be. 14. Now that we have our... I mean, I don't have any more levels right now because I don't have enough souls, but, like, now that our levels are what they're going to need to be for me to use the sword I want to use for the first part of the run. Oop. Oh. Huh? Pepper just kissed me on the cheek. It was
That was
very...
your ear.
You kind of got me down here.
No, that was my chin. I kissed you.
Oh, you kissed me? Okay, cool. Pepper kissed me in the ear for some reason. So yeah, typically what we're gonna do, like, oh, J Hill says, so is the sword the katana you can get for killing the merchant? You're talking about the Uchi katana. I wasn't planning to, but actually, that might be a good idea. I'm not sure if I have other good sources of homeward bones early on, though. I should make sure about that. But I might do that. That was one of the things I did for one of my earliest playthroughs, I remember. I'm not sure if I have the stats for it still. Let me check. The Fextra Life wiki does not like to load for some reason. Sorry, folks. Oop. I typed it wrong, but I'm sure that'll be okay. I don't have the stats for it unless I wanted to two-hand it. It takes 14 strength. Might be good for a backup though. Just like I'll just say now because it's only going to mean anything to you, J Hill. The weapon I want to use is the Balder Side Sword, which is a big. I'm going to have to grind a lot for it. And it might be good to have another sword that I can have as a backup just in case I get tired of the grind. Especially because, like, I'm going to have to do a lot of grinding later in this run. But this is not a sword that I need for the achievements. It's just a sword that I personally like to use. So it might not be worth spending a lot of time on. We'll see how long it takes. My most recent playthrough, I actually got it really quickly. Like, surprisingly quickly, even though it's only like a 1% drop rate. Go figure. But yeah, I'm expecting there are going to be moments in this game where I have to do some grinding for the achievements. And it's one reason I'm glad to do this on stream, because we're going to have good conversation when that happens. Oh, Nambi, the snow's up to your knees where you are? It's pretty high here too, but I don't think that far. That's a lot. Oh, also, just because I was talking about it earlier, like stat scaling. So, looking at the stats for the dagger we have here, you see where it says on the left side, param bonus. So it says it's hard because it's using icons, but those 4 icons are strength, dex, intelligence, and faith. So it has an E in strength and a B in dex. So it scales better with dex. If we wanted to use the dagger as our main weapon, and I don't know why we would, but if we were using the dagger as our main weapon, we would be pumping points into dex constantly because that's how we get damage here. Whereas if we look at the Morning Star, that has a C in dex, in strength rather, and no dex. It's only a strength weapon. You do not want to use this if you're going to be pumping anything except for strength. And then under that, you see aux effects. So those effects that you see there from left to right are bleed, poison, blessed, and occult. Bleed is probably the most useful out of those 4. Bleed is just really good for enemies that take bleed damage. What happens is the more you hit them with it, the more like a hidden bar fills up for them. And once that bar fills up, they take a massive amount of damage that is like a percentage of their max health. Really, really useful a lot of the time in this game. Poison is exactly what you expect it to be. Blessed means that, like, when we go to the catacombs, the skeletons there will respawn unless we kill them with a blessed weapon. Or until we kill the necromancer, but that's the catacombs are a distance away from now. Occult is, and also blessed is also just like more damage to things that are considered evil, and occult is the opposite, more damage to things that are considered like blessed. You don't usually care about those two a lot. Nonix heading out. Okay, it was great to see you, Nonix. See you later. Hope you join us next time. Okay, what was I thinking? The other thing I should explain, the other like kind of hidden stat in this game is called poise. It's not even listed on my stat screen. It doesn't tell me what my current poise is. But poise is basically like if you have a high poise, if I was in the middle of an attack and I got hit I might not be interrupted. I might still continue my attack. But poise is how uninterruptible you are. It is like probably the most important armor stat. We're going to be kind of light armor this game, so we're not going to see a lot of poise. But if we're doing like a melee build, you want poise. So even though we just came through this little square, we're going back through it right now because there is stuff there. No, we already got that. There is one more around here, I was right. Do you mean the hovel set, J-Hill? I am going to get that just because I need a few things. I need the shield and the dragon tooth for one of the achievements. But I'm not going to use that set. Oh, also, I'm going to let this guy go back to guarding because there's another move I haven't shown off yet. Oh. Okay, well, first I'm just going to kill this one so I can move on the other one. So, we have a kick. It's a little hard to use consistently because it's about pressing forward at the same time you attack, and sometimes it doesn't work right. But it's really good for when people are guarding because it can take a lot of their stamina away. Let's kill this guy first. Yeah, you might notice that even though we're a sorcery build, we're not using purely ranged attacks. We still have like a melee weapon just because like we have limited spell uses, and sometimes you don't even want to. Even if you had unlimited spells, you would want to use melee anyway, just because it's quicker.
Well now, you seem to have your wits about you. Hmm? Then you are a welcome customer. I trade for souls. Everything's for sale.
Let's see what he has. Orange Guidance Soapstone is if I wanted to leave messages for other players. It's only 100 souls, so I might as well. I wasn't going to bother. Well, let's take a look. Residence Key is helpful. It opens a certain door in the Undead Burg. It's not mandatory, but it's useful. The repair box and the bottomless box we'll get from somewhere else, because we don't want to have to worry about grinding the souls for it right now. Let's see, dagger, short sword, scimitar, rapier, hand axe, club, reinforced club. Reinforced club. There's a popular challenge run for this game called the One Bro, or the Soul Level 1 build, which is you start as a pyromancer, which is the only class that starts at level 1, and then you never level up. If you're doing that build, the reinforced club is the weapon you use. It's really useful. Its stats are usable for someone at level 1, but it also does bleed damage. Really good weapon. I'm not using it this run, but really good weapon. Let's see what else. Arrows, whatever. The chainmail set, not going to use that. Oh, he has a buckler, though. Hang on. Okay. I want this buckler. The buckler and another kind of shield, the target shield, are the two kinds of shields that give you better parry timing and more active frames for they make the timing easier for parrying. I might do that. And this is the guy, by the way.
Sure
if
bring
we
more maca next time.
All right, see you, non-bean. See you in the burb. What was I saying? Oh yeah, this is the guy where if you kill him, he drops the Uchi Katana, which is really useful. I'm not gonna kill him yet. Even though I desperately need a better weapon than this dagger. But yeah, I'm gonna at least get the key from him before I do that. And I also want this buckler. That's the only kind of shield I'm worried about this run. One where I'm not actually blocking damage with it. Oh, the other thing. Okay, look at our equip load. You see how it's 10 out of 48? That's in the middle column near the top. The way equip load works is our max equip load, or the 10 right there, is the amount we actually have equipped on our body. The 48 is our max equip load, the max amount we could equip and still roll. It's possible to go higher than that, but then you can't roll. You just kind of you're really slow and you can't roll at all. Just below that is you get what they call fat rolling, which is a really bad rolling animation. The way that this works is the percentage of the ratio between what you have equipped versus your max equip load determines the load level you're at and determines how fast your roll is and how many iframes you get, how many invincibility frames you get. You usually want to stay below 25%, because that's when you get the fastest roll with the most invincibility frames, which I am going to be doing my best to stay below.
Make sure
that.
you bring more maca next time.
Okay, see you in the burb, J Hill. Just different parry animation. Let me equip a different shield so you can get a sense of that. So yeah, regular parry animation, like that. This one, it has a longer amount of time. You can sort of see this a little bit in the animation. It has a longer amount of time where you can have the attack connect and it'll still count as a parry. More maca. That's from Shin Megami Tensei. So here we are. Do you not have enough sweets to redeem that one? Interesting. Or I guess you can also just say, so here we are. Either way, welcome back, Nambi. That was a short burb. You're saving? That's fair. Pepper's back. Hello, Pepper.
So, here we are.
So here we are. This is something I could very easily just choose not to do, but I'm showing off like how interconnected this area it is. So let's make this jump. And then you can see down there, that is a room we were in before, in the first part of the Undead Burg. We go up here, which is only doable from that jump, and we can find the light crossbow, which I'm not using.
Hey, loser.
Down there is those stairs I was pointing out before that are going to be very important later. Oh, thank you for the sweets. I'm going to take a sip. I'm just going to run back to the bonfire. I'm not going to bother with the homeward bone right now. It's not very far. I'm not going to bother killing these enemies either. Pepper, that's my sip redeem, not yours. Get your own. I'm actually going to kill them because I do need those souls for that key. I want to try to get that key as soon as possible because I think I am going to use that Uchi Katana at least for now. So that means I'm going to do a couple more laps around this starting area just to get like the 1,000 souls I need for the key. What did we tell you about sharing? I don't know what you're referring to actually. What about the sip? I don't. Oh, I see. I was not fully caught up on chat because Pepper thought that she had to do the sip, and we're thinking about maybe doing redeems that one of us has to, the one of us who's not streaming has to do. That's an interesting idea. Also, I was talking about this earlier in the stream. Look in my soft humanity in the upper left. I got one from one of those kills. Sometimes that just happens. Those guys drop 100 souls each. That's kind of what I need right now. Easier parry timing. It's nice. Yeah, Corgi says, what did we tell you about sharing, Jodi? The answer is literally nothing. Yeah, I know. Literally nothing. Pepper says, why does the magic come from only halfway up the staff? I don't know, but I kind of like it. I feel like a lot of things with like wizard staffs, it's almost like a gun. Like they aim it almost like a gun. And I like that in this one, it's like a completely different kind of like motion. It's coming from your hand. It's just you need the staff also for that. Okay, that's enough souls. And then I'm going to kill him for his Uchi Katana.
Oh, still keeping go ahead. Never heard.
Oh, I shouldn't be skipping that. My bad. Not used to not skipping dialogue in this game because I've heard it all a million times. Residence key.
Oh, thank you.
Oh,
very much.
I haven't actually exhausted his dialogue. Let me do that.
Oh, you again. I hope you've brought plenty of souls.
Yeah, this guy does have such a fun voice. By the way, this is the Undead Merchant. I should like his name isn't said directly in game, but that is what he's known as.
Things are getting treacherous in these parts. A horrible goat demon has moved in below, and up above there's that humongous drake and a bull demon too. If you stick around this place, it might end up being your grave.
A goat demon, a drake, and a bull demon. Well, we've seen the drake. It landed right in front of us on the bridge, but the goat demon and the bull demon, I wonder what that's going to be about.
Here, I'm not here to chit-chat. We talk business or we talk nothing at all. Here, I'm not here to...
Okay, we're getting the same dialogue again.
What a waste of time. Go
all right.
Fall off a cliff.
Oh, well, fuck you. Oh, pff.
Gone mad, have you? I'll teach you, you lousy brat. Yulia!
Yulia is what he calls his sword.
Little Yulia.
Oh, also, because the dried finger and the orange guidance soapstone are things you can only get from him, we just get them immediately when we kill him. And the Uchi. Let's equip that Uchi, even though I have to two-hand it. So yeah, you can see because I don't have the stats for it, its icon in the bottom left has an X on it, and it's kind of grayed out. But now, I'm two-handing it, and I can use it. I killed him so I could get his sword, Pepper. I've been saying it. This is my backup sword for if the grinder of the sword I actually want takes too long. Oh, right, you were gone. My bad. Well, no, I was saying it literally a second ago. Like, literally just before I killed him. I was like, let's get his Uchi. Yeah, he's permadead. He's dead until we come back on the next New Game Plus cycle. And the Uchi Katana has bleed, which is going to be very useful for some bosses, even though I'm not planning to make this a primary weapon. Like, because I'm a sorcerer, any sword I have is just going to be my backup. This area killed me so many times when I was starting this game. Undead Burg in general took me hours and hours and hours and hours and hours to get through my first time, but now I can kind of speed through it. Hello, Puddle. Welcome to the stream. We're Dark Soulsing. I'm getting every achievement. The Uchi Katana is so much better than the dagger I was using. Also, I'm just going to point this out now. You notice how... Oh, am I over... Oh, I'm over my equip load right now. Well, 1 second. You notice that chain on the right side of the chest, how it curls backwards? Pointing it out for no reason. Will unequipping my buckler do it? Okay, I'm going to unclip my gloves. Is that enough? Okay, good. You have some quesadillas to make in a community stream to participate in soon. That's cool. Well, if that means you're not going to be here for that long, it was nice to see you. And if you are still going to be here for a long time, that's cool. Welcome. This is revenge. Also, another one of these guys I just killed dropped another humanity, which is very helpful. I should maybe use that humanity to kindle the bonfire I was just at. But hopefully this is not going to be a bonfire I'm at for very long. So there's other ones that are like hubs that I want to prioritize kindling more. You're working on the food now? It might take a bit. Okay. So we're just going to keep you company while you make your food? That's cool. What's your experience with Dark Souls, if any? Do you know the game at all? This is what we needed that key for from the merchant. Because in here, there's a chest that gives us gold pine resin, which basically is a consumable item that temporarily gives our sword extra lightning damage. It's really cool and helpful. I might not even use it, but I just wanted to have it for completion's sake. You've done a few playthroughs before? Cool, cool, cool. I'm actually going to bring back my dagger for this next part. For a reason. First off, something special about daggers and other weapons like that. Look at the attack types. You see critical, 131. Most weapons have critical of 100. If they have 131, that means that there's a higher multiplier on damage from backstabs and parries. And I'm going to be using some parries in a second, so I want that. Longsword drop is actually pretty good, because that is probably easier stats to use than the Uchi Katana. Anyway, this guy up here is a Black Knight. For most of the game, these guys are non-respawning, extra tough enemies that have good drops and good, like, you don't have to kill this guy, but I want to. And I'm really good at the parry timing on these guys, so. On a first playthrough, these guys fucking suck. On this playthrough, I'll be fine. I know the parry timing really well. I know I kind of clowned on that guy. It is not supposed to be that... it's not supposed to be that easy to take out Black Knights. I just know this game really well. Welcome back, Nonbean. Alright, let's go back to the Uchi Katana. Actually, what's the longsword's stats? Not bad. But I like the Uchi, even though I have to two-hand it right now. We'll get rid of that. And I still have fast roll. Hi, Gojo Kantu. Welcome to the stream. Karisu the Determined says, what achievements remain for you on this? Almost everything. I've just started. The big, like the achievements that are actually like the real sticking points are the achievements for getting all the special weapons, all the sorceries, all the pyromancies, and all the miracles. I have made no progress on any of those so far. But again, I'm just at the very beginning of my run.
So, here we are.
Welcome back, Jay Hill.
Hey, loser.
Oh, thank you for the sweets. Ara Ara. There you go. So I mentioned earlier that I took the Master Key as my starting gift. There are just some doors in the game where you can find the key, but it's usually later. But the Master Key will open it, and it's just faster.
Hey, loser.
Thank you for the sweets. Yummy, yummy, so tasty. Ara Ara. I don't know why people like when I do that so much, but whatever. I'm going back to my parry setup real quick for reasons. Oh, not small load, their shields. Excuse me, buckler. I think Pepper removed a lot of the cooldown, or it might be an individual cooldown. It might be that each account has a cooldown, but not like... Yeah.
Hey, loser.
All right, Pepper. Ara Ara. Oh, wait, I missed it. Oh, Karisu the Determined says, yeah, you just finished up the weapons one yesterday yourself to final out the trophy set. That one's a pain in the ass, isn't it? I've actually done this before, and that was, like, that and Miracles are both annoying because they both require you to go to, like, New Game++. Hello, Havel. And yes, this guy's club is literally a dragon's tooth. And yes, that is why we're doing 3 playthroughs of this in this run, by the way. There are enemies that, like bosses that drop souls that you use to make weapons. One boss, their soul makes 3 weapons, which means you have to kill them 3 times to get every weapon, which means you have to do 3 runs of the game to get all their soul those 3 times. It's really irritating. And also, there's a thing with involving miracles where you need the final boss's soul for one of the miracles, and you also need that final boss's soul for something else, for a weapon. So you have to go all the way through to a 3rd playthrough just so you can use that soul the other way. Oh no, you know, Karisu, I appreciate that, but like, you don't have to do that. I'm doing this because I want to do this. I don't need a shortcut, but I appreciate the offer. This game can sometimes be a lot easier, like so much easier when you know how to parry. What do you guys think of my sorcerer build? Isn't this fun sorcery I'm doing? Havel's an absolute chump if you know how to parry him. He has nothing. J Hill says, you casting stab. Yeah. Yeah, the timing is different for the small shields. For the buckler and the target shield, the timing is different. It's a timing I'm more used to, and also there are more active frames, so you actually get a little bit of a longer window. I should, just to challenge myself, I should use the parrying dagger in this run instead of a buckler or whatever. But I'm not at the parrying dagger yet anyway. The good thing about the parrying dagger is that it's back to like the smaller target window, I'm pretty sure. The smaller like active frame window that the regular shields have. But those active frames happen immediately as soon as you press the button, which is really nice. Oh, he's just like, come on, you don't have to do this to me. Come on, Havel. Okay, fine. Backstabs, by the way, do less damage than parries. Alright, Havel's Ring. Havel's Ring is a ring I plan to not really use very much in this run, actually, because for a sorcerer, there's just too many other rings that are useful for a sorcerer. But for basically every other build in the game, this ring is mandatory. It boosts your maximum equip load by a lot. A lot. Like my maximum equip load is normally 48. With this ring, it's 72. That's huge. That's a huge increase. I'm going to use it for right now just because I was running into equip load issues. And now back to the Uchi. Anyway, because we have the master key, we can also check this out. down here to an area we haven't seen yet. And I'm actually going to go back and do the rest of Undead Burg. I'm not actually going to go through here yet, but that's there. This is like one of the things people really like about this game is that the world design is really like interconnected and cool like that. You can get to a lot of areas from a lot of different areas in ways that you might not expect, not from just like the linear path. It's pretty cool. Oh, I forgot to two-hand. Oh, please pick up your... Okay. This guy's a crystal lizard. Oh, fuck. I thought I was two-handing. Please recover. Oh my god, I swear I hit... There we go. Now I'm two-handing. These guys drop rare crafting items when you kill them. Puddle says, is the commentary for the rare few people who haven't played? Yeah, there are people in the chat right now who haven't played it. So yeah, Twinkling Titanite and Titanite chunks. Very helpful. Actually, I think Nonex left, but I think there were other people who hadn't played. Anyway, that's a little trap that there's these archers behind you when going into a boss fight, so you just want to kill them. And yeah, there is going to be a boss fight now. And I'm going to... Normally, I like to climb up the ladder and jump down and do plunging attacks. I'm going to actually do this like straight up, I think. The bull demon that, what's his name, was talking about. The undead merchant. Watch out for bleed procs. You'll see what I was talking about earlier. Oop. I fucked that one up. Nope, I did that too early. Oh, still okay. That's fine. Hi Zach, welcome to the stream. Fuck you. Where's this bleed proc? Ugh, am I not attacking fast enough to get the bleed proc? There we go. There's the bleed proc. Big chunk of damage. Oh, I thought I was out of range. Whoops, that's my bad. Oh, Jay Hill is untoxifying me. Thank you so much. Thank you for the sweets and thank you for saving me. I'm untoxic now. Whoops. And thank you for liking the stream, Zach. Also, fuck you again. Just to show you, even if you've beaten this game a million times, sometimes an early boss will fuck you up if you're like overconfident, like I just was. It happens.
Thanks, Pepper Paysan.
Nope. Oh god. Oh. Oh. Talk about being overconfident, right? That happens. So, I had 2 humanity and about 5,000 souls on that bloodstain. I'm not getting those back because I didn't get to the bloodstain before dying. That's unfortunate. That's also not very much in like the grand scheme of things, but for this early in the game, that's a lot of souls and a lot of humanity. That's a little annoying. Not a huge setback, but annoying. Hi Manal, welcome to the stream. Zach says, what's my build? I'm doing a sorcery build. For right now, I'm using the Uchi Katana just because I didn't have any other good swords around, but probably going to go to the Baldur side sword depending on what the grind for it is like. But overall, I'm doing a sorcerer build. This is just because I need melee weapons for early game. Oh. My bloodstain. There we go. Oh, you're right, J-Hill. I should show off the Taurus demon joining the space program. It's actually a better arena if he does that anyway. A better arena for the fight. I'll do that.
Paysan.
Thank you all for liking the stream. It means a lot. Where's the other soldier that's supposed to be here? I'm suddenly worried. Oh, he's just not patrolling like he normally does. All right. Or maybe he was only patrolling before because I went into the house for the gold pine resin. That would make sense, actually. Titanite shard. That's what I like to see. Titanite shard is an upgrade item, which will be helpful later. Let's see, I already got back one of my humanity just from killing random enemies. Did they up the drop? Excuse me. Did they up the drop rate of that in Remastered? I feel like I've been getting a lot of soft humanity just from going around the level. Oh, they did? That makes sense. I was noticing when I was playing Remastered earlier on, like, my Steam account. This is Pepper's Steam account right now. I was noticing that the drop rate for a lot of rare items seems a lot higher than I remembered in, like, regular Dark Souls 1. That's interesting. I didn't know that they did that. Let me top up my health. I want to show off something about this boss also, actually. Okay. So like I said before, one of the kind of ways to cheese this boss is you jump off here onto his head like when he's down there and get like plunging attack damage, which is a lot. Or you could like go up here and like pelt him with like spells or whatever. But if you're here for too long, he joins you. I did not know he was going to hit me when I did that, but yes. This is a better arena to fight him in anyway. It's a lot wider. Oh, mistimed the roll. All right. Puddle says, wait, drop rates are increased in the remaster? It feels that way. And like Goju was saying, yes. I don't know. It feels that way to me. When I was doing a run recently on Remaster, like I said, I was getting things that you normally have to grind a long time for really quickly. And like some of those things, it's dice rolls, so you expect that, but it was happening consistently. I remember like, you know how people farm the dark rates in New Londo for like Titanite slabs? I got a Titanite slab almost immediately. It was really weird. And like I got a Baldur's Side sword almost immediately. I got like, the only thing that took me a while to get was the Chandler's Trident. Oh, God. Oh, God. They're getting into a jump attack loop, which is a little annoying for me. A little bit worrying. I swear I'm good at this game. I swear I'm good at this game. Well, I know the drop rates increase with how much humanity you have, but it felt higher than, like in original Dark Souls 1, I did a lot of grinding with 10 humanity and the gold serpent ring, and it felt like it was still a higher drop rate than that. And that was without the gold serpent ring and without 10 humanity, for the most part. For some times I did have those things. Nambin, are you typing out the whole like thing just because I don't do it? That's funny. Should I just do the cheese on the Taurus demon at this point? I'm looking like a noob. Yeah, I'll do the cheese. All right, why not? Oh, I I forgot that after the first one, this guy just runs down. After you set off the trap the first time. Yeah, I know no trick is too dirty in this game. I'm not like pride, but I'm not like doing this out of pride or avoiding doing it out of pride, but like I don't know. I want to show off my skills and I'm getting just stomped. It doesn't feel great. Bed of Chaos is obviously my favorite boss. I don't know what you're talking about, J Hill. But actually, my least favorite boss besides Bed of Chaos is maybe Seath. Maybe the Four Kings. I don't know. We'll talk about them more as they come up in the game, like in the stream. But there are annoying things about both of those bosses, like really annoying. I feel like the Four Kings like animations aren't very legible. Sometimes you get hit when you really feel like you shouldn't be getting hit. And Seath is just like... 1 second, let me come back to that thought. I should be using my magic, probably. I shouldn't just be meleeing him. Nope, I actually staggered him. Okay. Was not expecting that. Oh, shit. That one's actually kind of funny to me. But yeah, Seath is annoying because, I mean, A, if you want to get his tail, that's just really annoying, and I am going to have to do that at least once this run. But, like, also, if you're just doing the fight straight up, it's way too easy to just bait out the same attack over and over and over again, and it's boring. But if you're not doing that, then his attacks are kind of unpredictable and unreadable, and I don't like Seath. The fire bombs. What stats do I need for the battle axe? 12, okay. I'm seeing if there's anything I can one-hand, just because I'm getting a little tired of two-handing right now. I guess I can probably one-hand the longsword. Alright, hopefully I'm not going to be showing this boss run too many more times. I don't know why, last time I did a run on this game, I did really well in the run, but the Taurus Demon gave me a lot of, like, a surprising amount of trouble in that one too. The Taurus Demon is not a hard boss, but because I know he's not a hard boss, I'm going in too overconfident, even on, like, the 5th or 6th attempt. Oh, I got another humanity from just killing people. How do you give points? I'm trying to remember what the command is. I think exclamation point, give points, and then space, and the person you want to give points to, and then another space, and then the number of points. I think that's it. Is it give points? It might be add points. Give points. Okay. Right, my bad. So I am grinding humanities this time, at least, like, by doing this. I'm gonna get... How many humanity am I gonna have, assuming I get... Yeah, Puddle's correct. That's the thing. What was I gonna say? I wonder how many humanity I'm gonna end up with by the time I'm done with this fight. Because right now it's gonna be 2 once I pick up my bloodstain. No, it's not. You mixed up the order of things, Puddle. It'll be non-bean without the at, and then 1. I'm not plunging him. I'm not plunging him. I'm not plunging him. Someone be ready, like, later on to make a supercut of me saying I'm not plunging him, and then cut to me 3 attempts later doing the plunging attack on him. One fun thing about sorcery in this game, compared to later games in the series, using spells doesn't use any stamina. That's not true in later games. Like, everything uses stamina in those games. But it's one reason that sorcerer builds are kind of easier in this one. All you have to worry about is the timing, not so much like how much stamina you have. Oh, I don't know which way I am right now. Okay. The camera got all wonky. There we go. This time for sure. Things that are definitely smart to say in a Dark Souls boss fight. Oh, I'm out of spells. Whoops. There we go. Got him this time. You know, I didn't lose that many souls, actually. I came into this fight with 2 humanities and like 3,700 souls when I had like 2 humanities and 5,000 souls when I lost my blood stain. That's not that bad. Is everyone ready to meet everyone's favorite NPC except for mine? I think he's fine. He's okay.
Ah, hello. You don't look hollow. Far from it. I am Solaire of Astora, an adherent of the Lord of Sunlight. Now that I am undead, I have come to this great land, the birthplace of Lord Gwyn, to seek my very own son. You find that strange? Well, you should. No need to hide your reaction. I get that look all the time.
Puddle, I think it's not that I don't like Solaire, it's that I'm just kind of indifferent to him. And I think it's because back in the day there were so many memes about him, and everyone like talks so much about loving him, and it just kind of made me just go like, okay, he's fine, whatever. He's okay. I don't give a shit.
Aha. So I didn't scare you. I have a proposition, if you have a moment.
Yes.
The way I see it, our fates appear to be intertwined. In a land brimming with hollows, could that really be mere chance? So what do you say? Why not help one another on this lonely journey?
Sure.
This pleases me greatly. Well then, take this. We are amidst strange beings in a strange land. The flow of time itself is convoluted, with heroes centuries old phasing in and out. The very fabric wavers, and relations shift and obscure. There's no telling how much longer your world and mine will remain in contact. But use this to summon one another as spirits, cross the gaps between the worlds, and engage in jolly cooperation. Of course, we are not the only ones engaged in this, but I am a warrior of the sun. Spot my summon signature easily by its brilliant aura. If you miss it, you must be blind.
So yeah, that's just him explaining the co-op mechanic for this game, and also like the extremely flimsy in-universe justification for it. I'm not going to be using that very much, if at all, in this run. I might summon him for the next boss just to show it off, but that's going to be it. Well, I was going to say something. Oh, whatever. Let's just keep talking. Oh, you said he's the only person who's outright friendly in this game? What about Siegmeyer? What about Sieglund? They're friendly. Lautrec pretends to be friendly. That has to count for something. And what about Dusk? Dusk is actually friendly, and so is Elizabeth. There's lots of friendly people in this game. There's way more who aren't, but also kind of Alvina. A little bit of Alvina. All right.
Oh, hello there. I will stay behind to gaze at the sun sun is a wondrous body, like a magnificent father. If only I could be so grossly incandescent.
Should we say Shrek? I don't think so. Lautrec. Maybe you heard Lautrec as Shrek.
Oh, hello there. The sun
Okay, he
is
said this
only-
already. Hello, Peppa. Oh, you okay? What?
So much.
It is a lot. Yeah, that's true. Is that me? No, mine's a large.
That's probably large.
Nope.
That wasn't
Nope. Sorry, folks. Figuring out food stuff real quick.
This is yours.
Yeah, that's right. We are figuring out food logistics. I'm probably going to be eating on stream. I'm going to mute so you don't hear you don't hear my chews when I do that. Anyway, it's a FromSoft game, so there's going to be a dragon on the bridge. So let's quickly run back up here. See you later, Puddle. Thank you for coming to stream. Anyway, this guy here, I was talking earlier in the game about the Drake sword, which we are going to have to get at some point for the achievement. This is the guy that drops it if you cut off his tail. And there's other ways to do that people... There's like a cheese for that. But also, look at that. That is a what's the word I'm looking for? Shortcut. That's a shortcut. I'm going to pump up my endurance to 10. I could one-hand my Uchi right now, but that would be a waste because I'm not going to use that strength after that. Like, once I get the Balzer side sword. What? What's up, Pepper?
I'm thinking about tickling you, that's
Please,
all.
please don't.
But what if I did?
But what if you didn't?
What if I did?
But what if you didn't?
What if I did?
You don't have to do it.
But what if I did?
I love you. You don't have to do this.
I love you too, that's why I want to do
No,
this.
no!
But what if I did? What if
No.
I did?
Anyway, I'm
What
putting some points into vitality because I need health. And then I'm going to put the rest into int right now.
Snack, should I do it?
No, please don't.
Real?
What?
Real?
Please don't.
Is that a real please don't?
I don't know, but I'm going to say I'm going to say please don't. That's what I'm going to say.
If you say it's real, then I actually won't do it.
Yeah, it's real. Let's not do it right now.
Okay, I'm not gonna do it.
Okay, thank you. I am going to take a bite of my food. That's good. The Tickle Redeem isn't on right now. It's only on for when Pepper and I are doing streams together. All the redeems that are currently on are in the description. Yes, med time is in a minute. That is true. Let me get my phone out of the way so I can turn it off immediately. In fact, let me take my meds right now. Ahead of time, slightly. That's true, non-beam, but I did not forget to turn off my I did not forget to turn off the correct redeems this time. I did it. Also, so what the game wants us to do is to go under the bridge, but let's not do that. Let's... Oh, he's actually flying away. That's not usually how that goes. Oh, no, he's not. He's not. Okay. That's not what that usually looks like. That's weird. Okay. I'm going to wait here for a few minutes, or for a few seconds. Like 30 seconds? Okay. Now we're gonna get to this bonfire, and hopefully he's not gonna spit fire in here while we're doing this. This is the much easier way to do this. It kicked us out of the bonfire because of the weird aggro stuff with him, and now he's too close for us to sit at the bonfire. But we unlocked the bonfire, which means we can also open this grate, which otherwise we couldn't do, or this portcullis. This over here means nothing right now, but when we have 25 faith, we're going to come back because we're going to need to for some achievements. Okay. And if we went under the bridge, there would have been some enemies under there, including some rats that could poison us, and we'd come out here. Let's go up here. Now that I have Havel's ring, I can actually afford to have my crit setup still on me instead of having to swap in my inventory. Now this enemy is going to be another Black Knight. That's a little harder to parry because it's a different moveset. Oop, missed that backstab. Oops. Missed that parry. Whoops. Let me up, please. Let me up. Oh. Oh. I hate the Great Sword Dark Knights, or Black Knights. I hate them. Oh, shit. Oh. I'm glad I positioned the stairs between me and him. I'm not doing this one well right now. God, I can't talk. That was one I could have parried. I don't even know why I'm bothering with this guy right now. He's not going to drop anything I want. But I'm going to try one more time. The rats would poison you. We are 100% the rats. Oh my god, you're right. You guys do poison me. Why am I trying to protect you from the bad, like, from the indignity being called rats? Why am I trying to do that? You got to see some night butt? Yeah, you did. Okay, let's see if I can actually parry him this time without getting into a weird loop on the stairs. There we go. That's a parry. Interesting thing with the Great Sword Dark Knights, for some reason, when you parry them, very often it doesn't play the parry sound effect. I'm not sure why. See, no sound effect. Getting him into a loop of attacks that are very easy to parry. That's very good. One more after this, or is he good? Alright, there we go. I was gonna give up. Stop knifing his sack? No, I'm gonna knife his sack. I'm gonna do it. You can't stop me. So that boar over there is one of 3 boars in the entire game, and they don't respawn. Interesting enemy type to me. I'm trying not to let the boar be aggroed. Come on. Please, come on. Okay. So, right here, we're going to get alluring skulls. Useless items, except I'm going to use it right here. This is the only place I've ever really found use for it. Alluring skulls just kind of attracts enemies to wherever you throw the skull. Over there. I might have missed a little bit. Oh, still going to take the damage, though. Taking that fire damage.
No, not the fire damage. Don't hurt my Jodi.
No, it's good. I'm making them take fire damage.
Oh, okay.
Pepper wasn't watching the stream. Pepper doesn't love me. I'm feeling the love right now. It's okay. You can go back to sitting down.
That was kind of in your eyeball.
That was kind of in my eyeball, yeah.
I kind of kissed you partially in your eyeball.
Yeah, you did. That's true.
Oh, weird. Can I, like, suck out the tears from your tear ducts?
I'd prefer you didn't do that.
Okay. Next time. I'll do it next time.
Let me get rid of these alluring skulls that I'm never going to use again.
Jodi, you're a really good streamer.
Thank you. What
I'm
brought
so
that on?
proud of you.
Oh, thank you. What brought that on, Pepper?
Because you do really well with these.
Thank you. I don't know why you think that, but thank you. I didn't even think that attack would hit that one, but whatever. I'll take it.
If you have consistently more viewers than me and higher chat rates. And I'm not even jealous. I'm just really proud.
Oh, thank you. This mystery key is going to be useful for us later. Why aren't you jealous of me? Am I not doing good enough?
What?
Why are you not jealous of me?
Because I love you and I feel joy for you instead.
But I'm trying so hard to make you jealous.
I'm so fucking jealous.
Yay!
You should call them rats, though.
I'm not gonna call them rats. Anyway, now the grind starts. Because over here, we see this enemy, the Balder Knight. They drop a sword I really, really want. That's gonna be like my main sword for at least a good portion of the run. So I'm gonna need to kill a bunch of these guys. Oop. Oh, that's not okay. What if this first one that I killed dropped it? Nope, he's not. Okay. The Balder Knight. B-A-L-D-E-R.
Have a bin.
I know, I already took it.
Can you throw it to me, please? Thank you.
No problem. I did that while an enemy was approaching me. That was scary. Right, yes, the Baldest Knight. You're right. Let's see another Balder Knight. I think the Balder Knights look really sick. I like them. Ah. I couldn't roll past them. Give me that sword. Nope. I'm probably gonna have to do the basic run around a few times to get the sword. If I'm lucky, it'll be not that many times. Okay. So, I have a choice here. There's stuff I want to the left, but there's a bonfire this way. I should probably... They're bolder than other knights, obviously. The Balder Knight, the knight that is balder than other knights, implicitly. When you hear the bell ring, that means another player online rang the bell in their own world. It's really cool. You'll hear it a lot. Nope. Alright, let's go get that bonfire. For all that I had trouble with the Taurus demon, the like Undead Parish was 1 run. That's pretty great. Oh, I guess 2 because I did get killed by the Dark Knight one or Black Knight once. I keep saying Dark Knight because Pepper made me think of Batman. That's what it is. All right, I have a few different things I want to do here. First, this is gonna be the first bonfire that we kindle. So let's reverse our hollowing because we have 2 humanity right now. I'm a human. And now let's kindle it so we can get 10 Estus flasks from it. And then we're going to go down here and talk to an NPC.
Well, you must be a new arrival. I'm Andre of Astora. If you require smithing, then speak to me. Most weapons and armor are mighty sturdy indeed, but every hunk of metal has its breaking point. If you notice durability running low, it's time to repair. You can ask a blacksmith like myself, or do it on your own with a grindstone. The nice thing about weapons, they never betray you, so pay them a little respect, eh? There are 2 types of weapon forging. There's reinforcement and there's ascension. Reinforcement is simple. It strengthens the weapon and nothing more. A simple task for any blacksmith. Hell, you could even do it yourself with a smith box. But ascension's a finer art. It alters a weapon's properties. Ascension is the territory of we blacksmiths. A smith box just won't do the trick. Start out with reinforcement. When that loses its charm, you can consider ascension. As you've noticed, this land is flush with the mad and wicked. You won't make it through the night without employing my services.
I like Andre, but then they brought him back for Dark Souls 3 just for fan service, and I kind of hated that.
You can forge armor just like you do weapons. Forging armor is even easier than forging weapons. Whether you forge weapons or armor first, well, that's up to you. But nobody wants to see you go hollow. So whatever you do, you'd better do it well.
Whoops. He already said that. Okay. So, we're not going to have him upgrade any weapons yet because I want to get the Baldur side sword before I do any upgrading. That's what reinforcing weapon and reinforcing armor are. Modify is for ascension, which he was talking about. He doesn't have any embers yet, so he can't do any ascension yet. We don't have high enough upgraded weapons to do ascension yet anyway. Repairing is something you have to do very occasionally. It's not a mechanic that I feel is worth a lot, but yeah, weapons do take durability damage over enough time, and you have to spend like 12 souls to fix them. It's whatever, sure. He sells Titanite shards, which are for the basic level of upgrading up to +5. He sells the Crest of Artorias, which we're going to need. Then he sells a bunch of boxes that we're also going to need. Sells a bunch of weapons. Not really important for us right now. He sells like arrows and bolts.
I'll be seeing you then. Be careful out there.
Hey Pepper, we're about to meet an NPC. That is the reason why I have certain things that I do sometimes. You'll see. Let's go meet this other NPC. Speaking of NPCs who were kind of sort of brought back for Dark Souls 3 for fan service that I hate, this guy wasn't specifically brought back, but someone else wearing his armor was. And I'm like, okay. Oh. Oh.
Forgive me. I was absorbed in thought. I am Siegmeyer of Katerina. Quite honestly, I've run flat up against a wall. Or a gate, I should say. The thing just won't budge. No matter how long I wait. And oh, have I waited. So here I sit, in quite a pickle, weighing my options, so to speak. Still closed. Still closed. Still closed. Still closed.
Chat, let me know if my chewing is audible, by the way. Anyway, that's Siegmeyer. He was a fan favorite when this game came out. Still closed. Still closed. So, now that I'm human, that means a few things. One, it means we can kindle bonfires like we just did, which is cool. The other thing is, it means other players can invade me. And the Undead Parish is a place where people really, really like to invade. Because they like to hit new players really hard. It's kind of annoying. It might happen here. I'm not good at PvP in these games, so if that happens, I'll probably get rolled. But also, if I'm human, that means I can summon for help for bosses, which is nice.
Jodi.
Yes.
That guy is Dennis.
No, he's Siegmeyer.
He's fucking Dennis.
He's like the guy that you call Dennis from Dark Souls 3 is not the same character.
The armor, whoever inhabits it is Dennis.
There's other people in this game with that armor.
Dennis.
Okay.
It's all Dennis. Guitar riff. These strokes mean a lot to me.
Okay. Okay, Pepper. All right. Okay, this guy is a Baraniki Knight. He does not respawn. Let's kill him. Just so we don't have to deal with him later. J-Hill, I would say it's not a spoiler, but I wasn't going to mention it. But yeah, that's just the thing that we can talk about. He drops a Titanite shard. Yay. Oh, I didn't use any of my souls to level up. I should do that. But also, very important item right here, Firekeeper Soul. Let's actually read that one. Oh, no, it's under this one, isn't it?
Can I come over and say a couple things?
Sure. What are you trying to say, Pepper?
I have an interesting history with Dark Souls. I've never played it, but I had a series that was like a very big series on my channel where it was me and a friend playing Dark Souls 3. I have not a lot of video series on my channel, and kind of because of that, each one is very important to me. Or not important in meaning like the good important, but like have a lot of meaning towards me, whether that's good or bad. And with Dark Souls 3, a couple of the memes that came out from that series is privatized, so you won't be able to see it. But a couple of the memes that came out of it was calling that guy or anyone who's in that armor Dennis, and also going like, whenever we'd see him, we'd be like, Dennis. We'd say it like that every time, and then I'd edit a whole like splash screen onto the screen with like effects and everything, and like a guitar riff, so it's like really in my brain. The other one was
Bye, Nonbean. Thanks for stopping by.
The other one, I don't know if it's weird, honestly. I don't know if you saw me mention it earlier in the chat, Jodi.
I'm not sure.
Is like the backstab.
Oh yeah.
You did see me mention that?
Yeah, I will defend myself.
Yeah, and I don't know if it sounds weird, but like, the whole thing was like self-defense penetration.
Yeah.
That was the joke. And I don't know, that could come off as weird now.
Yeah, it could.
It could.
A little bit.
But like, it is weird to me how much those have kind of like stuck in my brain.
Oh, I'm happy that they did for you. What?
You're trying so hard to humor me right now.
I'm not humoring you. I'm not humoring you.
I'm being choked alive.
I'm not humoring you. I'm choking you. Those are different things. Choking and humoring are different.
Are you sure?
Well, I guess there are some circumstances where they could be the same thing.
Would you want to be choked?
Maybe.
I'm gonna humor you.
Ah.
Starts choking. But yeah, no, those are a couple of the things. And it's weird because like that I talk about on my streams and just in life in general. Sorry to interrupt. I'll stop in a minute. That like I hate who I was at a certain point in my life, and that point was like the peak of that. Like I don't like who I was at that point in time. It was like pre-transition, 100% denial, and just bad takes all around. And still, like, just that era of my life is kind of stuck with me.
I love you.
Also, that's why I said the self-defense penetration was like a joke I was around. I mean, do you get what I mean by that? Like, it was it came from the other person I was with.
But you're the problematic one.
I'm problematic.
Hey, loser.
Thank you for the sweets, Gojo. Ara Ara. You got 2.
Yeah, mine wasn't close up to the microphone.
That's
though.
true. That's true.
Come here, kiss me.
Yay, we kissed. Hey, Manal, are you still in the chat? Just out of curiosity. Anyway, I wanted to show this item because, like, Firekeeper souls are what you use to upgrade your Estus flask, and that's cool. But there's also lore on them.
Lore.
Each Firekeeper is a corporeal manifestation of her bonfire, and a draw for the humanity which is offered to her. Her soul is gnawed by infinite humanity, and can boost the power of precious Estus flasks. It can. The rest of it is not important, but just keep that in mind. The Firekeeper, who we haven't met, but it's just downstairs in Firelink Shrine. I'm gonna go see her in a second. Sorry for the burping. She is a corporeal manifestation of her bonfire, and her soul is gnawed by infinite humanity. There are clues there, which we'll get to when, like, it'll make more sense later. Anyway, let's open this shortcut.
Manal, if you are here, hi.
Hi, Manal.
Wow, we synced up.
Yeah.
Also, I'm gonna head back now, but I just want to know every time I see Dennis on screen, I am gonna say Dennis in chat.
Okay, you can do that.
I hope you do it with me.
That's allowed, I guess.
I hope you do it with
Anyway,
me.
we're back down the Firelink Shrine.
I need you to do it with me.
We're back down the Firelink Shrine. That's our big shortcut for right now.
I love you.
The world is so interconnected. I love you too, Pepper.
Don't you ever think to forge your weapons?
Hi, Manal.
To find a smith.
How are you doing, Manal?
Unless you enjoy swinging about with blunt instruments.
What? Oh. You could just ask me to. You don't have to say "ah, stinky." It was an utterance.
How did that silly sorcerer's apprentice end up? You know, the one always prattling on about Master Logan. He left for the undead burg, but never came back. Serves him right. If even old Big Hat can't make it out there, what chance does he have? I hope he enjoys his new life as a hollow. Bloody hell, what is it now? You ask too many questions.
Anyway, Firekeeper. No response. She cannot speak. But she can reinforce her Estus flask. Now, if you look at the bottom left, it's an Estus flask plus 1. Each swig of it gives us back an extra amount of HP. I'm gonna level up. I was trying to decide if I wanted to buy some stuff from the smith or if I wanted to do this. But I'm gonna level up. Let me get my int up to 20. And my attunement. I do 1 point in the attunement, and that's immediately enough for another slot. That's helpful. Even though I only have like one spell right now. I need to do the things I need to do to get the second spell. Let's get other spells rather. Trying to put me in hurdy juice? Why are you trying to put me in the hurdy juice? Alright, I'm gonna do some grinding. Yay, grinding. Everyone's favorite thing about video games. Grinding. I want that Baldur side sword. I want it bad. So there is kind of just a route that is ingrained in my head for grinding against these Baldur Knights. Also, one of these kills gave me another humanity. That's nice. In my upper left. Yes, it is. I'm gonna throw it, okay? You're welcome. I should have gone slower so I could have backstabbed that Baldur Knight. Oh well. Pepper, no! I see what you're doing. Why did I give you why did I give you your phone? I shouldn't have given it to you. You fucking traitor. Ow.
Make sure you bring more maca next time.
Alright, Jay, he'll see you in the burb. That Baldur Knight didn't drop anything. Now let's head down here. This is not a part of the grind, but it is something I have to do. There we go. And let's also open this portcullis to make it a little easier to move throughout the parish if we need to. So that key we got down there, the basement key, is very important. I might actually make a detour from this grind to go take care of that. But first, let's do one go around on this. You make me normal by redeeming toxic again. No drops yet. I'm not getting closer to this guy for a reason. Because that guy is here. Nope. Oops. Oop. I fucked that up a little. Oh god. I might actually be in trouble here. This guy's a rapier. I'm pretty sure he won't drop the sword, but... Because these Baldur Knights can have either a rapier or the Baldur side sword. And this guy might not even have the Baldur side sword because he doesn't have one. But I'm not sure if that's how it works. They might have the same loot table no matter what. Okay. We're going in a circle, so let me just... There we go. Give me a drop. Oh, he had a drop, but it was not what I needed. I'm going to take a little bit of a detour. I'm going to go to the lower Undead Burg for a second to unlock the Sorcery Merchant. Oops. Oh, I thought I was further to the left than I was. I am not making a great display right now. Now then, because we were at this bonfire, the Drake shouldn't be here. So I'm just going to run across the bridge. Oh, I hear it. Uh-oh. Didn't kill me, so that's good. Using the basement key we just picked up to open this door. Did I rest at the bonfire? Yeah, I did rest at that bonfire. Okay. You might remember this room. This is the room where I got, like, fucked up a couple times. Right across from the bonfire. I'm just opening up this shortcut. Oh, uh-oh. 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 I hit that door frame. Are you gay? I am gay. Yes. Why do you ask? I probably shouldn't even be bothering with these guys. I just don't want them to come up behind me. Alright. So I'm just doing a very quick detour down here. I'm not going to be here for very long. I'm not going to do, like, the lower undead burg right now. I just want an NPC who, after I kill these dogs, will be right there. Yeah, Pepper, Goju asked if I'm gay. You don't? Are you in live chat? It's directly above your comment.
Nope, nothing there.
That's weird. Come on. So you see that meter that started showing up down there? That was my bleed meter starting to fill up. That will always show up whenever, like, a status starts being filled. You'll start to see the meter. And if that got filled up all the way, I would have taken a big burst of damage.
Somebody, please let me out of here. Somebody, anybody, help me. Unlock the door. Damn, I'm finished. How did this ever happen?
This is who I was here for. And the residence key is also needed for this one, which is why I bought it.
Brilliant. You opened the door for me. Thank you. I'm saved. I thought I might never escape. I am Griggs of Vinheim, a sorcerer of the school. I am much obliged for your assistance. Thanks to you, I may now resume my travels. Oh, hello. I'm fine. I will rest a while, then return to Firelink Shrine. I have my sorcery, and I will be more cautious next time. Besides, I have an important task at hand. Oh, hello. I'm fine.
Okay, he's just doing the same things. Okay, that's going to be our first sorcery merchant, which is necessary for this run. So I just wanted to come down here right now. Oh, come on. Come on, give me this drop. There we go. I already have this stuff, but eh. Alright. Let me homeward bone back to my last bonfire. Because I'm not going to bother with the rest of Undead Bird right now. Something about Dark Souls that might not be immediately apparent when you play this game. A lot of the time you can just run past enemies and it's fine. Now you don't want to do it when you're actually going through the area for the first time, because you don't want them following you and like coming up behind you when you're actually like about to fight enemies you haven't seen before and trying to get loot and stuff like that. But just for running through an area, yeah, totally, you just book it. I'm going back to the bonfire so I can kind of reset this whole thing. Thank you so much, Jay Hill.
Hey, loser.
You're a good viewer, unlike some. I'm gonna take care of that in 1 second once I'm at the bonfire. Ah, that's a relief. Thank you. Alright, now I'm gonna quickly run to Firelink so I can check out the sorceries I can buy, because God knows I need more sorceries than just plain Soul Arrow at this point. Let's run down the Firelink real quick. Yes, Nonbean, I did. I did just call you a bad viewer. I'm just kidding. I like having you here. Jay says, yeah, that's right. Wiggle that sword. Yeah, I'm doing it. I'm wiggling the sword. I know. I'm doing it. Right now. I'm wiggling.
Oh, hello. I regret meeting you under such compromising circumstances. At least we both made it back unscathed. Incidentally, would you care to learn any sorceries? You're clearly talented, and besides, I owe you. Of course, we will require some materials, but I'm happy to teach you some elementary spells. Are you interested?
Yes.
Splendid. Very well. I am pleased to have a chance to give something back. Well then, let's get started straight away.
Alright. Great Soul Arrow eventually is going to be our bread and butter. Heavy Soul Arrow is going to be useful for boss fights right now. Great Heavy Soul Arrow is, again, later on going to be useful for boss fights, but it's also, both of the Heavy Soul Arrows are going to fall out of use pretty quickly once we get some other spells that we need. Magic Weapon's kind of useful. I might not bother right now. Everything else, not going to worry about right this second. I can't afford Great Soul Arrow, but Heavy Soul Arrow will be good for the boss fight. So, and also, I might pop some souls to get another copy of Soul Arrow, and I'll explain why in a second.
Right. May we meet?
That's Soul of a Nameless Soldier. I'm not. How much is that? Good enough. That works.
Oh, hello. My... All right.
So, you see that we have 30 Soul Arrow uses, right? Let me go check out my attunement. Or the spells I have attuned, rather. So I have 4 slots. I can use another slot on a second copy of Soul Arrow, and suddenly I have 60 uses of Soul Arrow, which is really helpful. I'm going to also use another slot on Heavy Soul Arrow. So, just to show it, like, how the difference in casting speed, this is regular Soul Arrow, and this is Heavy Soul Arrow. Much slower, but it also does way more damage. Let me find a regular enemy just to show that. So Heavy Soul Arrow does 231 damage, whereas regular Soul Arrow does 109. Like, Heavy is a really big improvement, but it has a very slow casting speed and it has way fewer uses. So, in practical terms, it's only really good for boss fights. And even then, you gotta be careful in boss fights because of the casting speed. What happened to Gojo? I'm not sure. Just hanging out still, I guess. Maybe they left. I'm not sure. I know Pepper wasn't able to see some of their comments, which is interesting. I wonder if there's something going on with their account. Alright, let me start grinding a little bit. Oh, he has not aggroed. Let's do a heavy soul arrow. That's enough to kill him in one hit. That's good to know. Nothing. I'm going to show something off once I clear out these enemies. So, these over here are summon signs. Let me touch this one. That is an online player. And that's another online player. Summon signs are used for co-op. Basically, you summon another player into your world, and then you go fight the boss with them. Now, the interesting thing is this is not near the boss room, but you just kind of get certain places that it's just common to leave a summon sign, so everyone leaves their summon signs there, because presumably other players know to look there. But yeah, I used to do a lot of co-op. I'm not as interested in it right now, but especially for the purposes of this run. Ooh, 2 drops, but none of them were the side sword. Balder armor's not bad, though. I'm not going to use it, but not bad. So this little loop here is going to be the stream for a bit until I get the Balder side sword. Ungoodbye? Oh, yes, you're back. I didn't even realize you said goodbye earlier, even though I said it at the time. I just forgot. Well, welcome back. It's good to have you back. Oh, and sometimes spells just go straight over your enemies' heads for no reason. Come on. Okay. There's other stuff to do in the church, so this time I might as well extend the loop a little bit, just to do some of the other stuff that needs to be done, which also includes another Balder Knight, so it's not a waste. Oh, he is buffing enemies near him. That enemy is a Chandler. Let's see if I can get through the window. I can. I didn't know I could do that. And he can't do the same thing. Haha. If he drops a Channeler Trident, I will be very lucky, but it doesn't look like he did. Anyway, there's a bunch of hollows around here, and he buffed their attack, so they all hit really hard right now. You can see that they're buffed. They have those blue effects on them. That Channeler does not respawn, but these enemies are a constant part of this. And you can see that the ragdolls in this game can be very funny sometimes. Especially the Chandler bodies for some reasons. They just really... they get stuck on things a lot. A Channeler, not a Chadler. A Channeler. It's like you don't hear me sometimes, Non-Bean. Give me that side sword. I want it. Oh. Keep forgetting I can't use it one-handed, or it'll be an animation that takes forever. That is an animation where if I attack him while he's doing that, he'll parry me. So I'm not doing that. I'm just going to use spells during that. Excuse me. Remember earlier when I picked up that mystery key? This is where it gets used.
Oh, still human, are you? Then I am in luck. Could you help me? As you can see, I am stuck without recourse. Thank you. Yes, sincerely. I am Knight Lautrec of Karim. I truly appreciate this, and I guarantee a reward. Only later. Yes, very sorry. Your reward will have to wait. I've just been freed. Allow me some time.
He's not suspicious at all. I don't know what you all think, but he, I think, is just the most normal and not at all sinister guy I've ever seen. I will, Jay Hill, just not here. Oh, some bros around. Oh, you've been to fight Pinwheel with that mask. But yeah, like some of these summon signs are like orange or instead of like white, or orange or yellow rather, instead of white, because these players are members of the Covenant that Solaire belongs to. So they're specifically co-op focused characters. I'm not going to let him live to do something bad. I'm just going to kill him at a different place because there's an easier way to do it. But yeah, Lautrec is a character who, if you let him, will kill the Firekeeper in Firelink Shrine, which makes the bonfire there unusable, which really sucks. And then you can kill him and get the Firekeeper soul back, so that the shrine comes, or the bonfire comes back. But it's a really long thing, and I don't want to bother even to show it off. I don't want to bother. So I am going to kill him when I have a second, just not at this moment. Still hearing Shrek when I say Lautrec. Everyone in the chat always bullies me for my pronunciation of things. It's weird. Oh, that guy drops a humanity. I'm at 2 right now. All right, I can show it now, I guess, so you see what I'm talking about, J Hill. So if you let him go back to Firelink, he doesn't actually kill the Firekeeper until a specific story beat gets hit. I think it's once you ring both bells, but I don't remember for sure. But if you let him go back to Firelink, he gives you an item, and then he's also much easier to kill when he's there.
Accept it.
So yeah, he gives you a Sunlight Medal, which we do actually need for our run.
I'm grateful to you for freeing me.
I feel like I should be showing off his whole thing, like for the sake of just showing it off, but I don't wanna. I really don't wanna. It's annoying. So, the reason I wanted him to come back here, besides the fact that I wanted the sunlight medal, is if you kick him, he doesn't aggro him, and you can just kick him off the ledge. There he goes. And then you lose his items, but if you quit the game and load back in, the items will just be where he was sitting. Yeah, honestly, maybe next run, because it'll be a lot less of an awful thing to have happen on New Game Plus. 5 humanity and the Ring of Favor and Protection. Very good. Now, the Ring of Favor and Protection boosts your HP, stamina, and your equip load, which is really, really good. The problem is, if you ever equip it and then unequip it, it breaks. So if you ever equip it, you're stuck with that ring for the rest of the run. Also, I just realized I didn't show something off with this guy. He sells the Bellowing Dragon Crest ring, which we really want. It makes sorceries more powerful, and for a sorcerer, this ring is mandatory. We just don't have enough souls for it yet. And the Lingering Dragon Crest ring is also good, but a lot less necessary. It makes sorceries that have like a duration last longer. So that's like magic weapon, buffing your weapon, that lasts for longer. I'm not going to use those spells as much. That's not as much what we're here for, but it'll still probably be worth having at some point.
Have you heard of Big Hat Logan? Master Logan is a great sorcerer and my teacher. Both of us came to this land as undead. But one day, he departed, leaving only a note. I suppose he wished to keep me out of harm's way. But where does that leave me? I have dedicated myself to sorcery, but Master Logan could find no use for me. Yes, the note that Master Logan left. It only said he would travel to Anolondo by way of Sen's fortress. I can only guess that he seeks the regal archives.
Hello, Goju.
For Master Logan is a tireless pursuer of wisdom. Wisdom trumps all. Everything else is hogwash. When the curse turned him undead, I'm certain that he only felt it was the perfect chance to visit this land. I only wish that I had his courage. 2 things are required for sorcery. First, you must equip a wand. Second, you must attune a sorcery. Then you will be ready to fire away. Oh, and don't forget to aim.
Ha 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 ha.
Goodbye then. Do stay safe.
Yeah, Non-Beam was here a second ago. Alright, everyone settle in for a little bit of a grind. Hopefully it won't take too long. Oh, did I press the bonfire? Whoops, did not mean to do that. Didn't want to reset these guys. Didn't realize he was going to track me quite so much. Come on, give me a drop. No drop. Gojo, that really depends on what that word is. So how's everyone doing? Is anyone also watching the Super Bowl or anything? I'm gonna need some good conversation to get around the fact that I'm grinding right now. Also gonna level up real quick. One point in attunement, 1 point in intelligence. How is the Super Bowl going so far? Also, is it halftime yet? I'm probably gonna watch the halftime show later just because I like Kendrick Lamar. I don't even know which teams are going. Which teams are going? Which teams are playing, I mean. I care very little about football. Halftime just happened. How was the show? Eagles versus Chiefs. Okay. That feels like a matchup that's happened before in the Super Bowl. I am glad that when transition happened, I stopped having to pretend to care. I mean, I never really had to pretend to care, but you know. It's all a little fraught. This remaster was released in 2018, Pepper. Oh, that's a drop. Ah, Baldur leggings. So doing this whole circuit, if I remember correctly, each time the sword has a 6% chance of dropping. Baldur helm, not what we wanted. Yes, Nanbin's right. No slurs, essentially. Yeah, 2013 is like 2011, or 2011 or 12 was when Dark Souls 1 originally came out. This does look a little like it. The remaster didn't like change the graphics completely. You know what I mean? I think that is part of why this doesn't look like super new. It doesn't look like a 2018 game. Part of that is also just like Dark Souls 1 has a really distinct look. And I think they wanted to keep that. Gojo, you can say fuck. That's okay. Biggest fuck. Yeah, Pepper, that was too much. I'm gonna have to ban you from your own channel. I know we said that you would always keep the channel in the divorce, but not in this instance. I'm banning you now. I'm going to ban you. I ban you now.
Hey, loser.
Thank you for the sweets. Ara Ara. I don't know why people like that so much, but I'm happy for you. Yeah, Pepper, you should play Skyrim again. I know you really got into it last year. I don't think an enemy said nom. No. Ooh, another drop. Let's see. Baldur gauntlets. Bleh. I'm gonna get a whole set of Baldur armor before I get the sword. Someone drops a summon sign here. That's unusual. Another drop. Baldur shield. Blah. The bird lady. Okay, so if I'm thinking of the right person, if you're thinking of Ornifex, people with her character model are in this game, but they're not. They're just enemies. They're not. There's no like characters for them. And if you say so, Pepper. Oh, come on. That's not like I keep meaning to jump attack, and instead I'm using like my heavy attack, and that's not good. Not in this instance. Yeah, J-Hill, you're thinking of Ornifex from 2. But like I said, there's people with her character model in this game. No drop. If I'm making a game like this, I don't know why I'm making, like, some items such rare drops. That feels, like, not fun. Why would you do that? I know that's just kind of an RPG thing, but, like, why is it an RPG thing? What will happen if someone called me mommy? I mean, I would prefer you didn't call me that. I probably wouldn't ban you for it unless, like, you kept doing it when I told you to stop. Ooh. Someone in their world just kindled their bonfires, and because I'm nearby, that means that I got an extra Estus Flask charge from them. That's cool. J-Hill says, so you become deathly weak to mistletoe. I don't know what that means. I don't know what you're referencing. Yes, you can call Pepper mommy. She likes it, actually. Pepper also just changed her profile picture. Oh, that's how Baldur died. I didn't know that. I don't know much about the Norse god Baldur, but I like his gait. Drop, no drop. Treat, no treat. Treat, no treat. Aww. Titanite shard. I get so filled with hope every time I see a drop. And like Titanite shards aren't a bad drop, but also I can buy those. Later in the game, when I have enough souls to just drop 1,000,000 souls on Homeward Bones, the grinds are going to get a little bit easier because, like, instead of having to run back each time, I can just use a Homeward Bone immediately.
Hey, you Jodi Jar.
Yeah, Pep.
Could you throw me those cookies, please?
Those what? There's ones that are in reach of you in the bag.
That one's already.
Yeah, true. You're welcome.
These are my Jodi cookies.
Your Jodi cookies?
I'll eat these
Oh, interesting. What is Loki's problem? What the fuck is Loki's problem, J Hill? I don't understand. Hi, Shiny. Welcome to the stream.
Hey, loser.
Shiny, I always appreciate you being in our streams. I appreciate how frequently you're here and just the kind of the presence you bring. You're really pleasant to have in chat, and I just appreciate you being here. Thank you very much. Drop? No, it's not drop. So at some point an enemy drops another humanity. That's nice. Each humanity that I get from enemies is making the item farming a little easier because they increase your item drop rate up to 10. J Hill, I'm just gonna say skill issue on his part. No luck so far. The imprisoning thing, not the backshots thing. The skill issue is the, yeah.
What is that about backbones?
Read the chat, Pepper.
I read it.
Yeah, Norse mythology. Also, non-bean, it's not that you can't say that word, it's that if you're going to say that word, there should probably be a good reason. But, like, if for some reason that is the thing that we're discussing, I would prefer you use that word than use a euphemism. But also, that's probably not going to be a thing that we're discussing. So how about that grinding, huh? Isn't grinding great, everyone? Don't you all love grinding? Grinding for a sword? That's good, but probably not good enough to justify the grind. How rare is the drop? It's supposed to be 1% from each Baldur Knight that has it. Which means I probably don't need to bother with, like, the rapier ones. Just need to bother with the ones with the big shields, but... Hi, Bionicle Guy. Welcome to the stream.
Jodi, you have 10 viewers.
I do. Wow. Holy shit. Welcome, everyone, to the stream. I hope everyone likes Dark Souls. I'm sure that's why you're here and not for me.
Hey.
I like the slight delay, so Pepper's hey came way after I said it. For right now, from all the souls that I'm getting just from grinding, I'm putting half into intelligence and half into attunement. I do know that, J Hill, and I was joking, to be clear. You were blushing from the compliment, Shiny? Well, I'm just glad that you're here. I'm glad that you are here and enjoying stream. And I'm glad that you're so often here. I think I'll get this sword before you get a shiny starter in Pokemon, unless you get extremely lucky. But you're welcome to try. You're welcome to try to beat me. Like, I feel like, so like I said, every time I make this circuit is a 6% chance of me getting this sword. That is not that bad. That is like, by the time I do this 20 times, I should have it. That is much better than the chance of getting a shiny. A shiny is like a 1 in like 4,000 chance, I want to say. Yeah, 1 out of 4,096. Yeah, this is a much better chance than that. If it was a 1% chance every time I do the circuit, then maybe. But it's a 6% chance every time I do the circuit, and that is much better. And also, redoing the circuit is a much quicker thing than like restarting up the game and going until I can get to like the starter choice. Come on. There we go. No drop. I know a streamer who did a challenge of doing like only shinies for a Pokemon run, and it took so long just to get a starter. Never mind, like there were other things later on where he grinded to get like a to get a shiny of a particular Pokemon, and it took him multiple streams. Yeah, J-Hill, I do know that. Oh, I forgot that you don't have to start the entire thing over. You can just reload that save. That makes sense. Are you sure that's when it reloads, though? You don't have to, like... It like, loads if it's shiny or not, right when you actually look at them for the first time, not like when the game loads up? Yeah, I know, J-Hill. I know that you're here for me and Pepper, and I appreciate that. You are one of our... like most consistent viewers, and I appreciate it. I like having your company. Oh, it does work. That's good to know. J-Hill, I basically just gave you a free compliment without making you redeem anything. Be grateful to me. Also, I got another humanity at some point. If I get to 10 humanity, my drop rate goes up pretty significantly, I think. Okay, Nami says, what the fuck? Did you get it? Did you get, like, your first try? I need some of that luck if you did. Two? Two shiny starters? What? How? That is so outrageously unlikely. Pick whichever one makes it so that when you arrive... Oh, no, wait. X and Y is the one where you have two rivals, right? So you'll see the other shiny no matter what. Well, I guess I was wrong. I guess you did end up getting that shiny before I got my drop. Just because you got absurdly lucky. I am not getting absurdly lucky. Balter armor again. Bleh. This time I'm going to spend my souls on some stuff at the blacksmith. Shiny Fennekin, obviously. Delphox is one of my favorite Pokemon of all time.
Well,
Oh, I should have bought the bottomless box from the undead merchant before I killed him. I didn't realize that Andre wouldn't have it. Oh, you're gonna name it after me? Well, thank you. You should put a screenshot if you can. I'm not sure how hard it is to do that, but you should take a screenshot and like send it to the Discord server. Yeah, Pepper typically doesn't stream Mondays or Tuesdays. Sometimes Tuesdays, but like almost never Mondays. But Pepper will release her like her schedule on Mondays or sometimes Tuesdays also. Monday and Tuesday is kind of our weekend. Although I've been thinking about streaming more lately, so that might become more like just Pepper's weekend. We'll see. At what point do I give up on this and just start using a long sword, I wonder? Yeah, that's fair, non-bean.
Hey, loser.
Thank you for the sweets. Ara Ara. But yeah, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, non-bean, I am choosing to believe that I gave you that luck that you used. You stole all my luck, and now I'm never gonna get the Balder Side Sword, and it's gonna be your fault, actually. Oh, we do have plans on Tuesday. I forgot. So not this Tuesday. I forgot about that. Oh, it's true. We do get large grinds every Minecraft stream. I forgot about that. Actually, we have a really busy Tuesday coming up for a lot of reasons. I actually have a job interview on Tuesday, among other things. How many sweets do I think you have? I don't know. I feel like you keep spending them, don't you? Less than 1,000 is my guess. 1020 is a very specific guess, Gojo. Have you been saving non-bean? I might have gotten mixed up. $14.05, okay. That's not nothing. No drop. Remember when I was getting a lot of drops and like the drops weren't like good, but I was still getting a lot of drops? It's a lot more discouraging to have drops that aren't good than to have no drops at all. Yeah, Gojo, I was gonna say, you keep spending your points. That's why you don't have many points. That's a drop. Could be it. Pepper, if this is the drop, you have to kiss me. You have to come over and kiss me, okay? Nope. Okay, never mind. J-Hill, I appreciate you saving me from the poison at the expense of your points. It means a lot. I like this player. Naming their character John Souls is pretty funny, actually. You know what? I could do some co-op, actually. That would lower, like... So, to join the Warriors of Sunlight Covenant, it costs 20... You have to have 25 faith, but that requirement drops by 5 for every time you co-op. Or every time you get summoned for co-op. So it wouldn't be a huge waste of time to do that. It would save me levels. It could be fun, too. I don't know. So how about that local sports team, huh, folks? A lot of people ringing the bell tonight. Oh my god. Should we talk about that, Pepper? Oh my god. Okay. I don't know if this is the stream for it personally, because I'm kind of focusing a little bit on the grinding, but god, that was wild. If we wanted to talk about that, I need you to come up and help me talk about it. Would you be okay with that? Okay.
If you want to talk about it.
Yeah. Balls are armor. Ah. Would you mind moving this pizza box over onto the bed or something, please?
Okay.
Thank you. Pepper's here.
I'm queer.
So it was... Pepper found this thing on TikTok. It was on TikTok, right?
Yeah.
God, where do we even start? Okay, so this person was talking about her ideology, I guess?
Her manifesto.
Her manifesto, right. For something that she called Praxis Babes. Which is a very silly name. And the idea of Praxis Babes is... It's not really a defined ideology, it's just like...
I could bring it up.
You could bring... Oh my god, we should read it. We should read it. Oh my god, we should read it.
Okay. I feel like this is the sort of thing we want to talk about, like while reading it, because I think that's the way to really
I think
get it
right.
across. So it started because I came across a video on TikTok where this person was saying like, I didn't vote for Kamala Harris, and I am so sorry. I didn't understand how evil that is until I read the Praxis Babes Manifesto. And then someone else stitched it, supposedly the creator of the Praxis Babes Manifesto, going like, yeah, you're so right. This person gets it. This is what the whole Praxis Babes Manifesto is about. And then, like, we're going to get into it now in a second. I feel like there's a whole thing we can talk about when it comes to voting as well, but that's a separate conversation, I think.
I think that will come up in this conversation, probably.
Okay. Okay, have it up.
Okay. Do some reading. Let's hear it.
So, after that, I wanted to check out what was this manifesto. So, I went to the person's account, and she had an entire website article link. And I'm going to read some to you, and, like, we read it, Joey and I, on our own, and we had a lot to critique about it. So, like, I think a lot of people... I know everyone in this chat isn't necessarily communist like we are, like Jodi and I are. So, like, feel free to ask questions. We can explain some things here.
Yeah, this could be a good opportunity for us to explain more about politics.
Yeah.
Which I know some people have been wanting.
Yeah. So, Praxis Babe Manifesto. Praxis Babe leftism started, well, that's just talking about, it started on TikTok. What is Praxis Babe leftism? So, I'm going to read this part, and before we critique anything, I want to see if the Snacks can tell us what it is after I read it.
Okay.
So I'm going to read this little section called "What is Praxis Babe Leftism?" And I'm curious if after I do that, Snacks, if you can tell me what you heard, like what is this person's belief?
John Souls.
Okay. What is Praxis Babe leftism? Praxis Babe leftism is a direct response to Theory Bro online leftism that runs unchecked in its misogyny, racism, and queerphobia. While theory is important to the leftist movement, it is not the entirety of the movement. Theory bros have done so much harm to the movement they claim to uphold. Their hubris, rage, and toxicity consistently alienates potential allies and denies the merits of other leftists making real change in this world, aka the Praxis Babes. Definition of praxis. What it says is, praxis is the process by which a theory, lesson, or skill is enacted, embodied, realized, applied, or put into practice. Praxis may also refer to the act of engaging, applying, exercising, or realizing, or practicing ideas, courtesy of Wikipedia. Leftist philosophy within Praxis Babe leftism is expressed as such. We live in an evil, capitalistic, white supremacist, heteronormative, patriarchal, colonialist, imperialist society that hurts every fucking buddy. And we all need to collectively work towards a new society where everyone...
Pyromando.
Where everyone, regardless of identity, is given dignity, respect, and autonomy. Okay, so now, that is what Praxis Babes are. That's what that's how they define themselves and what their ideology or thought processes are. And I'm curious, Snacks, can you tell me what you got? Excuse me, what you got from that? We're doing a little education bit here. Joe says, I was gone for a few minutes. What did I miss with Praxis and such? We are. It's gonna be okay. I'll have to kind of like re-explain a little bit here. We are reading an article that we came across called "Praxis Babes Manifesto," and we are going to be critiquing it because Jodi and I saw it the other day and honestly kind of laughed at it a bunch, and also was a little bit disheartened. But like usually, it's more,
I wasn't disheartened.
It was more
just
so
laughing.
like what to expect from this sort of thing. So I just read their section called "What is Praxis Babe Leftism?" And I'm curious if you Sneaks can tell me what you got from that.
What is Praxis Babe Leftism? What would you all say it is?
Yeah, I just read what they said it is. Can you like give me a response on like based on what you heard there? What is it? What do they believe in? That's the question.
Rated in Mando.
Why not? Why so many Mandos?
I don't know.
Can you see that guy's nuts? Oh.
Really close, actually. I feel like I can, but that's probably just the loincloth.
I think it is.
But it kind of looks like it.
It does a little bit. I'm just gonna give like another 30 seconds. How many runs have you gone through in the circuit so far?
I haven't counted, but a few.
Just I literally just got back, so I can't really give an opinion. That's okay. We'll ask everybody else, and then we're gonna continue with the article.
5 attunement slots already. Wow.
Okay, so nobody's given any answers, and you know what? That makes sense.
Yeah.
That is basically correct, actually. No one gave any answers because the explanation they gave was basically a non-explanation.
Yeah.
They did not explain what they believed in.
Like they're explaining what they dislike, but they're not explaining what they actually like,
they defined
or their theory of change or anything.
Yeah, they defined themselves as not liking when certain leftists talk about theory. And a lot of this article goes into why they don't like infighting, basically. That's basically the summary of it.
J.O. says, okay, so I might have heard everything. Yeah, I think you might have.
Yeah, probably. It was basically nothing.
And this is maybe a good time for me to talk about like leftism as a term.
Yeah.
Because I think it's a bad term. I think like communist is a good term. Anarchist is a good term. These are terms for specific ideologies. Social democrat is even a good term, or democratic socialist. Those are good terms because they describe specific ideologies. Leftist doesn't describe anything specific at all. And you can see from this person, like, later on in the thing, she's going to go on about how she's not anti-capitalist. And it's just like, leftism is such a wishy-washy, like, timey-wimey. I'm kidding on that. Just because we've been watching Doctor Who lately. It's just such a wishy-washy, meaningless thing that somebody who ideologically is for communism, or ideologically for capitalism, can just be like, yeah, well, I'm still a leftist, though. And
like, basically, you can call yourself a leftist if you're, like, a communist or an anarchist. But you can also call yourself a leftist if you are, like, a liberal, or some people who are even just centrists call themselves leftists.
Yeah, a lot do.
So it's a very, very vague, meaningless term because a lot of, like, especially when we get to, like, the liberalism and all that and centrism, is, like, opposite or just completely contradictory to what, like, communism and anarchism believe in. This is also kind of why we talk about why the political compass in general is kind of useless, because it acts as if it's all, like, part of the same plane of existence when it's requires different thought processes.
And, like, this person will make it clear as we go through the manifesto, depending on the amount we do go through it, that, like, her entire politics is wanting, like, it's just anti-Trump. And, like, Trump is bad. It's good to be anti-Trump, but that can't be the entire basis of your politics. You've got to have something underneath it.
Yeah. Like, why don't you like Trump? And also, why do you like Kamala Harris?
Yeah.
Because, like, something that we have been very...
It's always so cute when you say that.
Thank you. Something we always get, we have particular thoughts on, is how often people hate Trump, but then also love Kamala Harris, even though it's... she's doing most of the same exact stuff.
Yeah. Like, and it's like you suddenly see people, like, now talking about like how bad the genocide in Palestine is when they did not care when it was happening when Biden was in office because of Biden.
And or like even the people who did care, like when them caring right now is like, oh, I can't believe Donald Trump is doing this, and then when Biden was in office, it's like, I can't believe this is Israel is doing this, or just can't believe this is happening in general. Like no actual blame could be put on the Democrats because in their minds they are good.
Yeah.
Who are we talking about?
We were talking about the Praxis Babe leftism.
Yes.
Which is
so
the song we came across on TikTok recently that is wild, and Pepper's going to keep reading their manifesto. Yeah. It's very funny. So, very funny, useless liberalism, essentially.
Yeah. I said earlier how, like there's not many... I don't know if anyone...
Oh, I'm getting invaded. I'm getting invaded. Sorry, give me a second.
Okay. Do you want me to just, like, go quiet?
Yes.
Okay. Good luck.
I'm not gonna do well. I'm just moving to where my bloodstain will, like, be easy to pick up.
Okay.
I'm not kitted out for PvP right now. But also, I could hide over here, and we could keep talking.
Okay. They'll probably find you, right?
Yeah, they'll probably find me.
You're cornering yourself.
Yeah, well...
To a degree.
I'm putting myself where my bloodstain will be easy to pick up.
Yeah.
I'm surprised it took this long. Oh, there they are. I'm surprised it took this long for it to happen.
Are they usually glowing red like that?
Yeah. Also, they're kitted, they're kitted out. So, in Dark Souls, we call this twinking. This person is using, like, an endgame build to come and stomp newbies.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah.
Can I say a few things while we're sitting here? So now I was just saying a minute ago.
Here they come. They almost didn't see me. That would have been funny.
Can you just like say like no? Can you like shake your head?
Oh my god! All the buffs they're taking.
Just turn around and face the wall.
Yeah, let's do that. Wow. Okay, buddy, I was standing still for you.
I think they were basically like, okay, yeah, you know the game, and then you decide not to know the game anymore.
What are you doing?
Kill Edge, otherwise you're gonna get edged.
He is quite edgy. That's pretty funny.
You're gonna get edged, Jodi.
Oh, you see this lovely netcode for Dark Souls 1? I did not get hit, but I got hit.
Yeah. That was amazing.
Fuck you, actually.
Did you win?
No, I just took a good chunk of his health off.
I was like half of it.
Oh, I missed the time that one. Oh, I shouldn't. I know better than to try to parry jump attacks. I know better. Oh, why did I...
Oh, how'd that happen? They kind of teleported behind you.
Bad netcode. This is Dark Souls 1 PvP.
Alright. Now they have a face all of a sudden?
Yeah, it's because like they always had a face, but now it's visible through like the red filter.
Oh. Were you red to them?
What?
Were you red to them?
No.
Okay, anyway. So now, I was just saying earlier that like a lot of the chat here I don't think is communist. And that's kind of also why, because like all people here are also new, and that's kind of why like every once in a while we need to bring back some more politic conversations.
Yeah, I think we do.
To like remind everyone where we are here politically.
Yes.
So. We came across this account on TikTok recently that was basically promoting their manifesto called the Praxis Babe Manifesto. And I'm reading it and we're critiquing it because it was the manifesto is basically just saying like, hey, we need to stop infighting. Also, theory is dumb.
Yeah, and I hate theory bros. Which no, I'm not gonna make any kind of differentiation there. Like, this person is like,
because apparently all theory comes from dudes.
Yeah, and like, and also like, there is nobody who likes theory more than her who isn't a theory bro. And like, she describes theory bros as like these people who are like chauvinists, basically, who only care about economic class, who don't care about racism, don't care about gender, anything like that. And it's just like, when you're describing anybody who has any kind of backing in communist theory that way, I feel like you're missing a lot of people. And intentionally missing a lot of like theory.
So before I get into it, I actually do want to respond to something that Jay Hill said. Jill said, I mean, I still politically lean anarchist, but I might be swayed to communism. I just don't like any governments and think we need to bring them all down to restart properly. And I don't know another political lean that would better meet my desires. So one thing I want to bring up about anarchism is, compared to communism, is anarchism is often, we'll talk about bringing down governments as in, like, we need to have no, what's the word we use?
No state.
State.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so, like, anarchism usually leans in this way, it's where it's like, there won't be ways to distribute medication.
Yeah.
So, like, one example I'll say, like, hey, maybe you should think more about communism, is that anarchism would be kind of anti-Pepper and also anti a lot of trans people, because it would require you to, like, take care of your medications, diabetic like me, trans like me, on your own. And if you don't get it, then too bad.
Yeah, and, like, I'm open to the idea that there could be anarchist, like, societies that aren't that way, but whenever I bring this up to anarchists, they're always just like, oh, we'll figure it out. And it's like, that's not, you can't just say we'll figure it out. I need to have more than that.
Yeah. I'd rather not be a sidestep to you later on to just figure out.
Yeah.
Because that's why I said it like I did. I was trying to explain I don't agree with everything they stand for. Yeah, I know, I get you. And that's not, like, I'm not saying this to counter you. I'm saying this to, like, go off of what you're saying.
And the other, like, my big ideological disagreement with anarchism, besides what you just said, Pepper, is, like, okay, you bring down the state. How do you then stop people from reestablishing it? Like, if you are completely decentralized and, like, like, by your own choice, like, that's, like, ideologically what you are committed to. Say you are able to achieve your goals, how do you keep them achieved? And, like, any answer that I've been given is basically just like, okay, you're reestablishing a state, you're just not calling it a state, basically.
Mm-hmm. In any case, though, Manal, I think you'll be interested in probably this article, because Manal is one of the people here who I think is a lot more politically aligned with us.
Yeah.
So I'm going to read some more of this Praxis Babe manifesto. So we just read what is a Praxis Babe, and now we're going to go into why we need Praxis Babe leftism.
Wait, did you skip all the stuff about, like, why did we use the term Praxis Babe? Because
No.
I think that's really...
Oh, I did.
Yeah. I think it's really funny that before we have any idea what Praxis Babe actually is, there's, like, 4 paragraphs about, like, why do we say babe? Can I use a thing other than babe? What if I'm, like, a man? Can I use a different thing? Like, it's just, why is that what you're focusing on?
So, like, for example, like, I confused it because the first 2 sections are called What is Praxis Babe Leftism, and then the other one was What is a Praxis Babe? So I thought, I confused and thought they were the same thing for a second and skipped over it. In any case, the next section then is What is a Praxis Babe? Mm-hmm. A Praxis Babe, parentheses girly / dude / NB / pal / etc., is a leftist whose political ideology prioritizes that the strategic and sustained praxis or practice of leftist ideals.
And what do you mean by leftist ideas? I don't know.
Yeah, it's never explained.
Yeah.
Within their real life and online communities. The basis of Praxis Babe leftism is rooted in intersectional feminism, which includes anti-racism and queer liberation in conjunction with women's rights. This basis of intersectional feminism is essential as it allows for a greater understanding and compassion of the larger leftist community Praxis Babes engage with.
And, like, I'm on board for intersectional feminism, especially intersectional trans feminism, but, like, if that's all you can substantially say, then you're an intersectional feminist. You're not some secret new thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Praxis Babes are not exclusively women, just as Theory Bros are not exclusively men. And that's something we talked about when we first read this, is like, this person says that, but also still basically calls all communists men.
Yeah.
And assumes all communists are men, which is an interesting thought process.
And, like, I don't know which ideological milieu this person is in. I'm sure a lot of the communists that she's interacting with are men, although I'm sure less than she thinks. But, like, I don't know. In the circles I'm in, most of the other communists I know are other trans women, and this feels lightly misgendering to me.
Yeah. Manal says, white people should have never been given the word intersectionality.
Fucking for real. But yeah, Crenshaw does also suck. That is also true. Like, Crenshaw is a liberal. Like, yeah.
Okay, so next section is why babe? Do you want me to read this part?
Yes, yeah, go read it. Because, like, this is what this person thinks is important to be in the first real section of this manifesto.
Yeah.
Why are we using the term babe? And, like, why not, like, dude or pal or like, come on.
Originally, the term was praxis girly. Jodi, that's what you should call your audience. That's it.
That is what I should call my audience.
Hey,
That would be
praxis girlies.
That would be so funny. Holy shit. Oh my god, actually.
We're taking praxis girlies back. We're reclaiming it. Oh my gosh. Jill says, to be fair, it's a meme I see a lot, that the trans pipeline leads to communism. I've seen that meme a few times. And there's reason for it.
Yeah. I wish there was a little more true than it is.
Yeah.
But it is somewhat true. Oh, I love the ragdolls in this game.
Yeah. It's more true than, like, the cis person, the average cis person being
I would
communist.
say, yeah, communists are a little overrepresented among trans people.
Yeah.
Still not as much as I would like, but
yeah.
I've met too many liberal trans people, but, you know.
Yeah. So originally the term was praxis girly to place this movement in direct opposition to the already established culture of theory bros. But after hearing from queer and trans folks uncomfortable with the term girly, I've switched to the term babe.
Why is that better?
It's still a feminine term that forces leftists engaging with the concept to confront any underlying misogyny they have. It is a bit more gender neutral than girly.
I don't think it is, actually.
And was an alternative that most of the queer folks in my comments seemed content with.
Okay.
Thank you to everyone who shared their opinions to make this movement stronger and more welcoming.
I don't even know why I'm engaging with that aspect of this. Like, that's not the important thing to me, and I'm making fun of the fact that she thinks it's important enough to put in, like, the first section. But also, I don't know. This doesn't... Like, what? I don't know.
As a flirty, gender-fluid woman, praxis babe quickly became a preferred term. Also, I think it's funny and accurate to subtly call leftists doing good work in the world hot, because we are.
Okay. That's what praxis is.
Yeah.
Praxis is when good feelings. Then nothing else, actually.
Can I be a part of PBL if I don't identify with the term babe? Absolutely. A core tenet of PBL... I also skipped like 4 paragraphs, by the way.
You did?
I did. Absolutely. A core tenet of PBL is queer liberation and therefore gender inclusivity. You do not have to be a praxis babe. You can be a praxis dude or even bro. Praxis girly, praxis pal, praxis bestie, etc. Please choose whatever makes you the most comfortable.
Manal says, let's change a term that is feminine to a term that is characterized by being in an intimate relationship. Good point.
Yeah.
Oh.
Why we need praxis babe leftism. So once again, we haven't really figured out what praxis babe leftism is, other than the distaste for what it calls theory bros.
Yeah. And it's like, I'm not going to say that the people that she's characterizing as theory bros don't exist.
Yeah.
Like, but in my experience, I don't know. It's like, they exist, and God knows there need to be more communists who have, like, a better understanding of racism. Like, there absolutely do.
Yeah.
And gender a lot of the time. But, like, there's something so...
It's funny how this examines none of that, though.
Yeah. But it's like, it's not like... It's the way people talk about, like... Like, people talk about it as if that is, like, the whole of the communist movement. And to the degree there is a Western communist movement, which, like, there isn't really, but to the degree there is, it's much better on this shit than liberals, is what I'll say.
I just want to add, because Manal missed it, I want to add that in the beginning of this, I came across this because I was scrolling through TikTok, and there was this person who was saying, like I originally didn't vote for Kamala Harris, and I regret that so much now, because I read the Praxis Babe manifesto. I understand why I am wrong, and I need to become a better person. And then, because this person was someone who didn't vote for Kamala because Kamala was awful.
Yeah.
Not because they were interested in Trump or anything, just because they didn't like Kamala.
Yeah. And it should be said, like, if it's not obvious, the person who wrote this, like, her main political project is getting Democrats elected.
Yeah. But in any case, this first person that was, like, replied to, I went to their account, and their bio, which is something that I think is really interesting, it said, like, self-care is revolution. And that's something to me.
Which, like, I'm just thinking about that Reductress article, which is like, self-care is revolutionary, says white woman not doing anything else revolutionary.
Yeah. This person was non-binary. The
Oh,
first
the first person. I thought you meant the
not-
theory. Okay, never mind.
not
I thought you meant the Praxis Babe person.
Praxis
my
Babe.
bad.
No, that's the first person that Praxis Babes responded to.
Gotcha.
So there was that video. Then Praxis Babes responded saying like, "Thank you so much for reading my manifesto. My goal is to enlighten people with more of this the Praxis Babe thought process, whatever." And we're gonna read more of it now. Why we need Praxis Babe leftism, Part 1: The problem with theory bros. So like immediately it starts off with like, why is this important? Because theory bros, because of like it defines itself once again by the distaste of something else.
Yeah.
So, Praxis Babe leftism is a direct response to the toxic online culture of American leftism that has been cultivated by racist, misogynistic, queerphobic theory bros since the inception of the internet. The core of this online division stems from the long-time division within the larger leftist movement between feminists and misogynists. Leftism as a whole encompasses many liberatory movements, including anti-capitalist movements and intersectional feminism. Leftism, by dictionary definition, is not explicitly anti-capitalist. Look it up yourself if you don't believe me, fucker.
That's my favorite part of the entire thing.
Yeah. Oh, God. Look it up if you don't believe me, fucker. We can like capitalism too.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Also, this is my manifesto, but look it up yourself. Google it. Don't expect me to do emotional labor explaining things for you in my document for explaining things.
Yeah. Manal says also, like, I think Theory Bros is really fucked up in the context of getting Harris elected because the most active political Palestinians against Harris were all women.
Yep.
Yeah. So anyways, if you don't believe me, look it up, fucker. However, leftism is strongly defined as anti-capitalist in every meaningful way on social, political, and cultural level. There's nothing wrong with anti-capitalism being at the core of American leftism. The problem is that in strictly leftist spaces, a narrow interpretation of anti-capitalism, as defined by Theory Bros, becomes the only movement respected and recognized as leftism.
Oh no.
Oh no, you're not gonna let us capitalists in? Come on. Come on, let us capitalists into the leftism movement.
That's never gone bad for any communist movement in the past. Rosa
Fuck.
Luxemburg who?
Manal says, yes, Palestinian men did a lot too, but, like, this feels like the way that racialized women are stripped of gender.
100%. And, like, this is a thing I've seen in, like, online quote-unquote leftist circles. I hate the term leftist. But, like, online quote-unquote leftist circles for a while.
Self-described leftist.
Self-described leftist. That's a good way to put it. Is that it's just, like, anybody who opposes them is... like, they go out of their way to try to just portray them as much like a frat bro as they possibly can. And like, I don't know. Those guys exist. They do. But, like, I don't know. The core of, like, every communist and anarchist, like, group I've actually been a part of has been trans women. And that obviously I am self-selecting to a large degree. But, like, I don't know. It feels a little...
Yeah. I think another thing to point out is this person, as do a lot of people, who I think don't actually grasp, like, different political mindsets, considers different political mindsets as, like, the same as, like, gender identities, basically.
Yeah.
Like, or not gender identities, but identities in general, and being like, this term, I'm going to say this term applies to me, so therefore you can't question it in reference to what my politics are.
Yes.
So, like, someone will say, like, I'm a communist, therefore I am a communist, and that can't be, like, argued.
Yes.
I actually saw a post about this recently where someone was saying, like, oh yeah, this content creator, do you really think that person's a socialist? And the comments were like, well, he calls himself socialist, so, like, yeah?
Like, please have any analysis of your own, please, for the love of God.
Yeah. So,
which is, like, I could talk about how that kind of prizing of self-description above analysis is used a lot in the queer community in ways I hate also, but that is another discussion, I feel.
Okay, so to move on to the next part, which is pretty big, Theory Bros value anti-capitalist governmental theory written primarily by male revolutionaries.
Which is just not true.
Theory bros are mostly Marxists, communists, and or socialists and center those perspectives. Like, yeah?
Yeah, that's not the same thing. There are a lot of women and, like, people of color who were Marxist theorists. It's
but also, like...
noted white man Mao. Like, come on.
also, yeah, communists are gonna not listen to liberals. Yeah,
what the fuck?
What do you mean? Yeah, we're not gonna be like, hey, yeah, you should. We're gonna let you into the group. We're gonna let you into the party. Like, once again, it's that same mindset as earlier. Okay. There's nothing wrong with reading or engaging with these materials. There's great value in the wide range of leftist works that theory bros value. The problem is that theory bros value these works exclusively and at the expense of every other leftist movement, most notably intersectional feminism. Intersectional feminism is a leftist movement as well as every other wave of feminism predating it. Full fucking stop.
I don't know. We gotta talk about the second wave a little bit. I don't think you can just blanketly declare that. I don't know.
What is the chat saying? Just, I walk in to get a drink for like 2 minutes. Did I miss anything important later in this manifest reading? Oh, I don't know.
Do your own research, fucker.
Oh my god.
That's what you missed.
Just J-Hill. That wasn't us saying that, by the way. I just want to make sure Jodi wasn't saying that to you.
No,
you know that.
No. Like that was like almost a direct quote from the manifesto.
I could seriously see J-Hill or me even being like, "Oh, I'm sorry."
I'm sorry, J-Hill.
That was a quote from the manifesto being mean, not Jodi saying that to you, J-Hill.
Oh, you heard that part. Okay.
Oh my god. Okay, anyways. Unfortunately, anti-capitalist men within the leftist movement have always had trouble recognizing that. Some of the greatest anti-capitalist revolutionary theorists were also violent misogynists who did not see women as valuable members of the movement, but as servants at best and disposable outlets for sex and violence at worst.
I am very curious who she means by that. I am very curious who she means by that.
It's never specified.
It's never specified.
Toxic leftist men like theory bros solely focus on fighting the evils of capitalism so that they do not have to contend with the evil they enact upon the woman in their own movement.
Like, I'm not going to say that there were no communist thinkers like that, but, like, I feel like if you're making that claim, you got to back it up a little bit more with, like, some specific examples, if nothing else.
And also, I just want to point out again how this manifesto very often basically frames anti-capitalism alongside bad things or as a bad thing.
Yes.
Even if it says we need to listen to them, but also you're wrong. Capitalism good.
Yeah, like, we can have your anti-capitalism and my capitalism, and we'll compromise with capitalism.
Yeah. Really.
J-Hill says Jodi can open the shop selling just Baldur armor. I fucking know at this point. God.
You've been doing this more than 20 times at this point, right?
I think I have. I'm gonna do a few more, but at a certain point, I'm just gonna call it, and we're just gonna move on.
Okay. Toxic American masculinity combined with leftist ideology birthed theory bro culture. Theory bros are anti-capitalist leftists who aggressively dictate what is real leftism and who gets to be a real leftist through hostile language and incessant purity tests based on their preferred leftist theory.
Purity tests such as, do you want to overthrow capitalism?
Yeah. Like, once again, it's just like, hey, I'm a leftist too, even if I like capitalism. Like, it's still that.
The term purity testing is just a giant red flag for me at this point.
Theory bros are especially interested in theories that discuss violent revolution, as those theories easily fit into the virtuous patriot fighting for freedom narrative. America... No, wait, listen. I'm going to start over. Theory bros are especially interested in theories that discuss violent revolution, as those theories easily fit into the virtuous patriot fighting for freedom narrative America feeds to all men from a young age. Oh yeah, America is so in love with revolution against itself. Yeah, God. Sure.
Hey, so, you know, the USSR and China and Cuba, how did they liberate themselves again? Like they did it by sending letters, right?
Like the fact that this whole thing is going like, America basically breeds men to hate America. What do you mean? What? What? What?
Oh, it's so bad.
No, that's not what happens. I just want to let you know.
God.
Like, I don't know how you how do you even think that? I don't even know what to say to that.
Yeah.
I just can't get over that one. That one for me is the line. That's like the Talos Principle line for me.
Right, the Mark Fisher line.
Yeah,
I forgot
it's
about
just
that.
like,
oh,
that's the what? What do you mean? You're not making any sense.
I'm at 7 humanity at this point, by the way.
I'm assuming that's higher than usual for this part of the game.
No, so like you pick up humanity every so many like kills.
Yeah.
And each humanity you have up to 10 gives you higher item drop rate. So like, A, it's a sign that I've been grinding for a while that I even have 7, and B, my item drop rate should be higher. I should be getting it by this point.
I wonder, could it be glitched?
No, this is just like this sword is infamous for it. Just on my last run, I happened to get it really early, and I was like, wow, that was wild.
Yeah.
And I thought like, oh, maybe the drop rates are increased in this version. Nope.
Okay, anyways. Toxic masculinity and individualism pushes Theory Bros to try to become experts on systems of governments in hopes that one day they will be called upon to lead because of their superior intellect.
Oh my god.
Each Theory Bro feels the need to be the true deciding voice of leftism. And once again, this is referring to this in the fact that, like, apparently Theory Bros are the people who are created by America to hate America.
Yeah.
Which is just... Jail says, I'm not even knowledgeable in that sentence of leading us to hate America hurt.
Yeah.
How long is like, I mean, I wish.
Yeah.
I wish it was doing that. I wish it was making just... I wish it was breeding people to hate America more, but it's not. Not purposefully, anyways.
It's also circular. Like,
yeah. Do you want to say more of that?
No, continue.
Okay. Theory Bros do not tend to engage with other leftists in good faith in order to build community. Okay. That's another line that we could say a lot about. But will try to dominate other leftists with their knowledge to prove their moral and intellectual superiority.
Lord knows it's a bad thing when you have historical precedent to prove why a certain tactic is bad, and you try to argue that tactic is bad so that people don't make mistakes that cost, like, materiel and possibly lives.
Like, that's another thing. This article is also largely being upset with people being, like, calling them out. Like, this article is being like, hey, no, don't call us out for bad things. Like, you should be kinder to us. Minot says, super gross that toxic masculinity is weaponized against, like, caring about material conditions.
Yes! That's a good way of putting it.
Yeah.
Toxic femininity is this post, God. Yeah. Oh. But also, there's something hypnotic about this post. I can't, like... This is not the first time we've read this.
Yeah.
Like, to each other.
Let's see. The culture of constant dominance and submission encourages radicalization, as every theory bro competes with each other to be the best leftist. And we know radicalization is bad.
Radicalization's a bad thing, yeah.
Yeah.
Radicalization is my scare word for my manifesto.
Of course, this rank-ass fucking attitude is highly unappealing to most people and not conducive to effective community building. This is why theory bros stay in the realm of leftist theory and rarely delve into leftist praxis, which we still haven't been told what that is in this in reference to Praxis Babes.
Just like leftism is itself taken as like a super specific, like unquestionable, like you all know what it is. We don't have to explain it.
Yeah.
And it's like, no, like it's really ill-defined actually. Could you please explain it, please?
And also, once again, the whole thing of being like, we need to like the whole, we need to be more appealing to the average person to have effective community building.
Yeah. Which is like, it's like a view of change that only sees it as like trying to convince people who don't already agree to agree, and not about like actually changing conditions to make people understand, like to make people agree with your ideology in that way. Like, which is like, it's already not how liberal democracy actually works, but like the idea that my revolutionary organization exists only to like just argue at people and make them see the righteous cause instead of like trying to improve their conditions so they go, oh, communism improved my conditions. It's like, that's not how you actually convince anybody of anything.
Mm-hmm.
And also, Manal says, rank ass, why are they talking like this? I know. Like, I don't want to be someone who's like, oh yeah, you need to talk more professionally because like that's loaded. But like for your manifesto, can you not talk conversationally, please? A little?
Mm-hmm.
And like, that's also what conversational speech sounds like for people I find kind of insufferable. So that's the other half of it. But I just...
Well, what's the Chucklefucks?
What's up, Chucklefucks? Yeah.
Yeah.
Or listen up, Chucklefucks. That's what it is. Yeah.
Okay. Leftist practice requires being in community with people of differing opinions, purposes, and backgrounds while still respecting their humanity. It requires compromise and collaboration for the good of the movement as a whole. What's the movement then?
What is the movement?
Like, if we were having people who are liberals, anarchists, communism, what is the movement?
Yeah.
When we look at the whole of leftism as a widespread liberation movement to combat the oppressive systems within society. Also, once again, I just want to add, we are about halfway through this, and this is all because they're upset that people didn't vote for Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
Like, that's what this is about.
That bears repeating, yes. And like Manal says, they're also talking in bad AAV. You won't believe this, Manal, but they're white.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, that's the other thing about like this milieu. Like, this was kind of a milieu I was in online for a bit, but like this is just the way that like people like this talk. They keep trying to appropriate AAVE in this weird fucking way. I'm sure people who know a lot more about this than I do have had a lot to say about that. I don't know what to make of it besides it's fucking weird.
So I'm searching up the person on TikTok again, and finding that one of the first searches with her is her name and then Hassan.
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious what that's about.
Like Hassan Piker? Well, what about
the person? Yeah. I don't know what that's about, but it does.
Well, she's probably angry at Hassan because she probably sees him as a theory bro. Yeah.
Also, I don't think
I don't even know much about Hassan, but yeah.
I will say I don't think this person is white.
Oh really? I thought didn't we see? Oh, maybe you're right. My bad.
I
thought we saw her TikTok, and
we did.
Oh. My bad.
That's what I went to double check.
Okay, I'm glad you double checked.
Okay. Gonna continue.
So how about that ball side sword, huh?
In any case, when we look at the whole of leftism as a widespread liberation movement to combat... You okay?
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
When we look at the whole of leftism as a widespread liberation movement to combat the oppressive systems within society, American men...
Wait, what are those systems?
Yeah.
Can you be more specific, please?
Yeah.
Because you apparently don't think it's capitalism, because you said you're not anti-capitalist,
which is
so...
really interesting. Yeah. American men should not be the sole voices of the leftist movement because they are the most centered and privileged by oppressive systems. This is another reason why theory bros only seem to engage with anti-capitalist theory and ignore intersectional feminism. Everyone is a victim of capitalism, so American men can center themselves and speak on that topic without guilt or needing to examine their own complicity in the oppression of others.
So the reason that like communists focus on capitalism is just because that's something that communists feel able to speak on because it's something that also victimizes them, is what she's claiming. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Part 2. How theory bros dominated online leftism. Online culture has never been safe for marginalized people. While there is not an immediate physical threat of violence when engaging with people online, there is a greater threat of harassment because of that lack of physical presence. People get bold online because they can hide all their actions behind screens and various levels of anonymity. The people that tend to get the most audaciously violent online are insecure men. Because online culture is dictated primarily by insecure men, it tends to be violently misogynistic. And like, so I want to also say, like, there are sentences in here that like are like I think one of my worries is because I know everyone here isn't like communist, and also not everyone here is like practiced in politics.
Yeah. And like political analysis.
Yeah, I do worry that some of you are going to think like, oh yeah, we are frustrated with people who don't like men. Like, no, that's not. I just want to point that out. Like,
yeah, no, I appreciate you pointing it out because I wouldn't have thought to.
Because I do think there will be people who will be like, oh, these two trans women oppose this person who is saying misogyny is bad. It's like, no, we all think misogyny is bad. Yeah, that's not what we're talking about.
Yeah. And Jay Hill, you say, I want to engage in this conversation more, but there's so much I don't know, so I can't add too many of my own feelings. Like, I don't know enough about politics. Like, this is how you learn, you know? Like, please feel free to speak, and, like, we will, you know, like, we'll do the back and forth is how you learn, and, like, we're not going to, like, yell at you, I promise.
Yeah. And also, I was thinking about saying this earlier. Like, this isn't, there's no real levels or anything, but, like, knowing where you are, this is, like, level 5, and if you're on, like, level 1, for example, that's a weird way to put it, but, like, what I mean is, like, in the beginning of when I started becoming more politically aware, I also would have had no idea what I was talking about.
Yeah.
Like, I would also be very lost.
And neither would I have.
So, like...
And also, there was a long time in my political development where I would have agreed with everything she was saying. So, God knows, let she who is without sin cast the first stone, right? Like, I'm not sinless here.
And neither am I.
And it's not about sin or, like, it's not about anything essential to you as a person based on, like, your political opinions or political knowledge or anything like that. Like, it's all about just, like, the process of improving and, like, the process of learning more and the process of understanding more and being able to analyze better.
I guess the better way of putting it is, like, rather than me putting it as the levels earlier, it's more like, we don't expect you to know what we're talking about so much here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is partially to keep me sane while I grind.
That too.
But, like, if there's anything you don't understand, like, please feel free to ask. Like, that is how you learn. Asking is how you learn.
Okay. Are you okay with me continuing?
Yes.
Okay. In the 2010s, I remember millennial women joking about online harassment as the expected fate of any woman on the internet. Gamergate and the incessant violent harassment towards women in the gaming community online is a perfect example of how toxic men can be online towards women and feminists.
That is true. That doesn't make everything else you say follow from that, though. Yeah. Like, hey, I should point out, I was a really active anti-Gamergate person at the time, and I disagree with her, and I don't know how she would feel about that.
Yeah, as her being also an anti.
Yeah.
So, like, that's one of the things that I kind of meant earlier, is, like, there's a lot here that, like, just points things out about the world that maybe the average liberal wouldn't know about, that we also can recognize, but the reasoning that this person puts behind it, and also, like, the very vagueness of what they want to do about it, is stuff we don't necessarily agree or understand or all that, you know? Does that make sense, Jodi? Yeah. Okay. Gamergate and the incessant violent harassment towards women... Oh, I heard that part. Online leftism should be a space where people of all genders are accepted and heard. Instead, online leftist spaces can become just as toxically misogynistic, racist, and queerphobic as any other space online. In a way, they're worse than the outright bigoted spaces because online leftists will try to shield their problematic behavior as simply defending the virtues of leftism. That sounds right. To a degree.
Yeah, to a degree.
Do you want me to read it again?
Yeah, sorry.
It's okay. Online leftism should be a space where people of all genders are accepted and heard. Instead, online leftist spaces can become just as toxically misogynistic, racist, and queerphobic as any other space online. In a way, they're worse than the outright bigoted spaces because online leftists will try to shield their problematic behavior as simply defending the virtues of leftism.
Yeah, I suppose that's kind of true, in the sense that, I mean...
In the sense that I think this person's also doing that.
Yeah, exactly. Like, online leftist spaces are, like, misogynist because society is misogynist. They're racist because society is racist. And that is something that obviously has to be resisted, but you don't resist it by just assuming just automatically that you are better than that. Like, you come from the same, like, society, and you need to actively be fighting against it. And I get no sense that she's actually doing that.
Yeah. For all reasons I outlined...
Hi, Gojo. Welcome back.
Welcome back. For all reasons I outlined in part 1, online leftist spaces are dominated by theory bros who overly police the use of the terms leftist and leftism. When feminists also identify as leftists on the internet, they risk the additional ire of online theory bros who will flood their comments and DMs with general insults, angry essays, and why their work isn't real leftism, and sometimes threats of violence.
Why? Oh no, not telling them their work isn't real leftism. Tell us more about the people who are being told they're not leftists. What does their work actually look like?
And that's kind of what I was.
Because like sometimes you say that because it's true. Like that's not inherently like something that is wrong to say.
Like this is a liberal who is upset that communists are calling them not a communist, kind of, or leftist, quote unquote.
And it's like, I think that if I constantly speak out about how stupid anti-capitalism rather is, and I am constantly saying shit that makes you doubt my commitment to anti-capitalism, and my entire political project is getting Democrats elected and just like fighting for short-term gains. I don't know. I think that if someone is like that, you should point out that that's not a political project on its own. Like that is not like the correct thing to do is to critique that. It's not just, I don't know. I'm just repeating myself at this point.
No, you're good. Was there a redeem?
Oh, there was a redeem. Sorry. Thank you for the sweets.
Ara Ara.
Nice.
Was that good? I don't know.
It was good.
What?
You're good at it.
Am I good at it?
You're good at it.
I don't know.
That's why it keeps getting redeemed.
I guess it is why it keeps getting redeemed. Okay. I have questions about that, but that is for after stream.
Question? What? Huh?
Never mind. We'll discuss that more after stream.
Okay. I mean, I also get it redeemed a lot.
I know.
People like our Ara Aras. I'm trying to see where I left off.
Gojo meant that to be an Ara for you.
Oh.
My bad.
Okay, I can do that. What voice do you want? Deep voice, anime voice, normal voice? The classic question.
The classic question.
The classic question. Normal. Okay.
Ara Ara.
That one wasn't my best, but that's okay.
No, yours is good. I was actually just thinking.
Really? Well,
yeah.
Thank you. Okay. This has had a horribly
deleterious.
No, this has had a horribly debilitating effect on the online presence of the leftist movement as a whole. The internet is humanity's greatest communication tool, and theory bros have communicated to everyone online that leftism is exclusively male-led anti-capitalist revolutionary theory, and that leftists are hostile, aggressive, and condescending intellectuals hell-bent on proving their theoretical dominance to any perceived challenger.
Do know this, that she can't conceive of any kind of political project that doesn't exist fully on the internet.
Mm-hmm. And also that, like, once again, something this article is very adamant about, that anti-capitalists have to be men.
Yes. And, like, she sometimes does pay lip service to that not being true, but, like...
But doesn't actually...
Yeah. Then keeps coming back to why this is, like... Why this isn't an expression of male privilege.
Mm-hmm.
Like...
Also, the whole thing about...
Oh, wow, I sent that body flying. Whoa.
Hellbent on proving their theoretical dominance to any perceived challenger. Like, once again, are you telling us not to argue with you about why your liberalism is harmful?
Well, no, because the important thing about my political movement is vibes. I need to have good vibes where everyone feels good. That's the main thing we accomplish. Because, like, this is... Like, there's a cooldown because I was having to do Ara Aras constantly and could not play the game, like, at one point.
Yeah. Which... Not bad, but it is kind of what you are doing, Gojo. It's because otherwise a lot of people will be redeeming it over and over and over and over again.
Yeah.
And so we just need some time for playing the game and actually doing the stream.
Okay, I'm going to do 5 more goes around, and if I don't get it, I'm moving on.
I'll say, do you want to do it until we're just finished with this?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
We are almost done.
Okay.
So, of course, leftism in all of its varied complex iterations continues to work its work, whether it's identified as leftism or not by theory bros, intersectional feminists, BIPOC, and queer...
What work is that, by the way? You mean getting Dems elected? How'd that go for you?
I mean, that's what this person's upset that...
I know.
That yeah. Intersectional feminists, BIPOC, and queer liberationists, disability activists, and so on continue their work online with amazing success and progress day after day, year after year. Leftist community-based work does not need to be identified as leftist in order for it to continue to be effective.
Wow, it's almost like you're saying that Theory Bros don't actually mess anything up for you, because them declaring things not leftist doesn't actually stop your work from happening.
And that's literally what this person's about to say.
Yeah.
Leftist praxis is a tangible reality that exists whether Theory Bros recognize it or not.
Okay, then what's the problem? Like, even if we take everything at face value, then what is the problem?
I took a sip. Thank you for the sweets.
I'm gonna take a sip now. Thank you for the sweets. Oh, there's a drop there. I'm gonna leave you all in suspense while I take this sip.
Oh, what if? What if? That's a big squirt. You have a drink called Squirt?
Yeah.
I didn't realize that's what it's called. That's a big 2-liter squirt. Was nothing good?
No, it was just Balder leggings. I don't need those.
Even though the leftist movements outside of anti-capitalism have had their own successes defining themselves outside of online leftism, I believe we are at a disadvantage as a collective movement when we cannot identify as one online. Unity against our shared struggles can never happen if we do not have a shared identity. Leftism is that identity, and we deserve to speak and act as leftists online and be in community with our fellow Theory Bros.
I think people online need to stop pointing out that the Democrats do bad things also. Yeah. I think that is unfair to us as leftists.
Yeah.
Like, come on. Come on.
Part 3, the need for praxis-based leftism. I'm just scrolling ahead a little bit.
Like, all I'm getting from this is that Theory Bros are bad because they're mean online. And, like, I'm not going to downplay that, like, online harassment is bad. But, like, if we take at face value everything that she is saying, what she's saying is, I'm making this new political ideology because people are mean online. And that is not a political ideology. Like, it's just not.
Gojo saying, are you paying your taxes? Are you a cop? This keeps happening.
Yes, officer, I'm paying my taxes. Don't worry.
This keeps happening. So part 3, the need for praxis-based leftism.
Nami says, are you with the IRS?
Yeah. I've been a leftist for 9 years in intersectional feminist spaces. Those spaces were always able to hold the entire spectrum of emotion that comes with being a leftist, fighting for your own humanity and the humanity of others. Contending with the injustices of the world.
How? How are you fighting for people's humanity? What are you doing specifically?
Find out.
What are you doing specifically?
Disliking Theory Bros, of course.
Yeah, that's your main praxis. The main praxis, babes.
Oh.
That doesn't make sense.
I really hope you call your chat praxis girlies.
I should start doing that. That would be.
If you're not going to do rats,
that would be really funny. Oh.
If you're not doing rats, that's the next best one.
Okay, that would be really funny, but also I worry that we'd have to explain that constantly.
Nah. Maybe.
Oh my god.
Those spaces were always able to hold the entire spectrum of emotion that comes with being a leftist, fighting for your own humanity and the humanity of others. Contending with the injustices of the world will quickly fill you with grief, rage, and despair. It is vital to the effectiveness of the leftist movement and to individual leftists that we are able to balance out those debilitating moments with the restorative power of community with support and upliftment.
The restorative power of cum?
Oh my god.
I knew it. I fucking knew it.
Power of community support and upliftment. In these spaces, I've also learned that leftism is not reserved for the few who are able to understand dense political theory, but for all of humanity. Understanding that anyone and everyone can be a leftist means understanding that leftist principles should be made accessible to people at all levels of education and interest. To recognize someone's humanity in terms of political education means leaving the fucking condensation.
Stop condensing on them, Pepper.
I'm sorry. I'm a little sweaty right now.
All right, 3 more goes around.
Well, I thought we were finishing this.
Oh, you're right. Okay.
Leaving the fucking condescension at the door. Allowing people to make mistakes so they can learn and grow in their own personal political power. Yes. Let people make mistakes. Talk to them about it.
Yes. But, like, letting people make mistakes, like, crucially doesn't mean just not addressing the mistakes.
Yeah.
Like, political education happens when people are corrected. And not corrected, like, badly or rudely, but they do have to be corrected.
Mm-hmm. In these spaces, I've learned that leftism is not reserved for the few who are able to understand dense political theory, but for all of humanity. Did I read this? Understanding that anyone and everyone can be a leftist means understanding that leftist principles should be made accessible to people at all levels of education and interest. To recognize someone's humanity in terms of political education means... Yeah, I did read this. Leaving the fucking condescension at the door.
Condensation.
Condensation, yeah. Okay, every time I try to engage with leftism online, I feel forced to engage in the language and tenor of theory bros. So you mean like, I have to actually engage with...
Like, theory. Yeah.
To know about theory.
I have to engage with people who know something about history and about how tactics have been used successfully and unsuccessfully in the past.
It's like a person going to a historian and being like, hey, I have some history to add. I don't know anything about it, but like, you should let me add some history to the books.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Yeah. Like, genuinely.
I become condescending, hostile, aggressive, and dismissive of others because that's the culture theory bros have built. The energy feedback...
Oh, so it's our fault.
Yeah.
It's our fault you write like this. Okay.
The energy feedback loop in online leftist spaces is rank as fuck and needs to be fixed expeditiously.
Listen up, chuckle fucks.
Rank as fuck.
What is this cheese tax that's happening in chat right now? Why? Nambi, do you keep asking for Gojo to give you sweets? What's going on?
I don't know what's happening. The economy is flourishing, that's what I know.
The economy is flourishing.
Already, though, the comments and interactions with my Praxis Babe videos, I have seen...
Why did you type that over 2 messages, Nambi?
No. Already, through the comments and interactions with my Praxis Babe videos, I have seen the positive impact of naming this community of leftists. The engagement and tenor of conversations amongst these eager leftists is, for the most part, much more understanding, positive, respectful, and encouraging than any other explicitly leftist online space I have been in.
And what are you accomplishing?
The dislike for Theory Bros. That is the accomplishment.
Okay.
Obviously, this is just getting started, but the immediate positive response to an alternative leftist online presence that is explicitly welcoming to women, queer folks, and people of color shows how much we have needed to identify ourselves. My intention with Praxis Babe leftism is not to hate on leftist men or deride those who value leftist theory. It is about discussing a long-standing divide amongst leftists and making space for those of us who have been excluded from online leftist spaces. Ultimately, I hope one day we can do away with Theory Bros and Praxis Babes altogether and just be united as leftists online. Until then, Praxis Babes unite.
Okay. So then, here we are.
So here we are. That's not over.
I know.
The next section is called How to Be a Praxis Babe. And then after that, it's concluding thoughts. We're almost there. We're so close. Minal, are you still hearing any of this?
Every time I see a drop, I see it, and then I get hopeful, and then I get disappointed.
Yeah.
I have so much Baldur armor right now.
Minal, are you still hearing any of this? And if so, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry we dragged you into this.
I'm sorry.
I haven't lost that many viewers in our like communism rant though for some reason.
That's good.
That's good. I'm kind of surprised, but happily.
Yeah. So how to be a Praxis Babe? Praxis Babes are leftists that value and understand leftist theory, but do not prioritize that as most important or only aspect of leftism. Also, can I say something funny?
Yeah.
Is earlier when you said like, oh, I'm actually kind of worried to call people my Praxis girlies though.
Yeah.
I thought you were gonna say because like, oh, I just don't want to like steal their idea.
Now says unfortunately. Yeah.
Unfortunately, indeed. You don't have to listen to this if you don't want to. Like we
had to share it though. I'm sorry.
We don't usually go out of our way to do this sort of thing. I don't think.
No.
But this one's just
so funny.
This one's so particular, you know.
It's so bad, and it's just like it is like the epitome of the vibes-based politics that you see so much in like online and especially like among American people. I feel weird saying that as an American, but like yeah, like. I feel like Americans are just incapable of having, like, a politic that isn't completely just based on, like, feeling good.
Yeah. Praxis Babes understand and respect that each person has their own interpretation of leftism and has their own respective place in the larger leftist movement. When confronted with the inevitable contradictions and tensions of a diverse and vast community, Praxis Babes engage with each other in good faith to see if there's any compromise or consensus to be made.
Thank you for the sweets. I'm going to take a sip.
If that cannot be reached, Praxis Babes disengage before conflict becomes destructive to keep their own peace of mind and safety a priority. So, like, no discussions, basically.
Yeah.
Like, something that reminds me of is how real people in my life who are my family members have reacted to me talking about trans issues. Is like, hey, can you not bring up any of the, like, negative trans stuff happening in your life? It stresses me out.
Yeah.
That's something several of my family members have told me. It's like, hey, can you stop talking about the bad trans news or, like, the anti-trans bills or any of that stuff happening to you, or the way people are mean to you because you're trans or bigoted to you because you're trans, because it stresses me out.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear about it because I'm worried about you.
God.
Like, framing it because they're worried about me. That's what this is also very...
Framing it like, I'm worried about you, so I don't want to hear it, instead of this makes me uncomfortable, so I don't want to hear it.
Yeah.
Like, it's... Ugh.
Both bad, but then one of them is trying to frame it as, like,
a caring
way.
I was going to say drives me crazy, but wait, I'm playing a Dark Souls game, so I should phrase it in Dark Souls memes. Gives me conniptions. Okay, moving on. Pepper's looking at me. Pepper doesn't like that I did that. I don't blame her.
Jesse, what the fuck are you talking about? That's a meme.
I know, Pepper.
That's a meme. I referenced a meme.
I know.
Jody, what the fuck are you talking about?
Conniptions. I'm getting so many fucking Titanite shards. Which is good, I need those.
I like your hat.
Thank you. I'm gonna be changing for new armor as soon as I get more, like, other light armor. I'm gonna use the leather armor or the black leather armor when I find them.
Gojo wants another redeem from me. Also, notice you did it too earlier. You said Goju.
Yeah, I know. I keep doing it because, like, I think it's because Kantu ends in a U, so I keep thinking that the first part also ends in a U. Yeah.
Damn it. Do you want deep voice, anime voice, normal voice?
I'm getting a lot of levels from this, at least.
Praxis Babes are not condescending to people unfamiliar with leftist theory or sentiment. We understand that leftism is something that needs to be taught to most people, as it is not the political philosophy our oppressive society values or promotes.
True, it's also not a coherent political ideology, and you still haven't told me what
when you say
it
just
actually
leftism,
means for you.
like,
Yeah.
When you say leftism as a whole,
yeah,
that is true. Well, I mean, not that's true. That becomes
and like
not meaningful.
Considering that her like stated ideology and like political goal is getting Democrats elected, as we keep saying, to say that that is not like say that is like suppressed in American society is bullshit.
Yeah.
Like. Come on.
Praxis Babes understand that they are not the masters of leftism, and no matter how much theory they read, they can never be. Leftism is a living, breathing movement that changes over time to reflect the needs of the people in their various communities. Praxis Babes are...
Oh, leftism is a movement. Okay.
Yep, that's our best definition so far.
No, but like even just the idea that it is one single coherent movement is wild.
Like, it's once again assuming that somehow communists, anarchists, socialists, liberals,
social democrats
are all going for the same thing.
Yeah.
Which is not true.
Yeah.
In any case, Praxis Babes are eternal students, learning, unlearning, and relearning as they better understand the world and their practice in it. Praxis Babes know that they are not a lone warrior fighting to protect the sanctity of leftism. They are the one person working in concert with countless other leftists in the larger movement. This allows Praxis Babes to lean on each other in hard times and to take breaks as needed from the work without guilt. The movement will always be there for you to come back and be active when you are ready.
Because you gotta prioritize your feelings above all else. Read that line again. Read that whole like paragraph. Like,
Praxis Babe know that they're not a lone fighting warrior to protect the sanctity of leftism. They're one person working in concert with countless other leftists in the larger movement. This allows Praxis Babes to lean on each other in hard times and to take breaks as needed from the work without guilt. The movement will always be there for you to come back and be active when you are ready.
It's not wrong that people need breaks, but to put that in your fucking manifesto is so just like people like it is. Your movement is about your comfort. Like I've said it already, but like that's what this is about. Like it's
what about the people who aren't allowed to be comfortable?
Yes, exactly.
this next paragraph, I think we're gonna love. It's just one sentence, but I think it's real interesting.
Interesting, you say.
Praxis babes are light and love, but will fucking clear a bitch, especially a bigot ass bitch.
Oh my fucking god. Why does she talk like this in her fucking manifesto? I don't... Now, I need to hear that you heard that. I need to know that you are in pain with me.
As the other, like... I don't know. Minal, are you... Minal's a communist, right? I don't know if we talked about like what your actual exact politics say. But I mean, we know that you're the other person that will understand what we're saying here.
Yeah. It's like, it's a manifesto. It's entirely made up of like pithy social media slogans. It's it's bad. You are. I'm sorry, but also I need you to hear this. I need you to be in pain with me.
I'm assuming you did hear it then, Minal. And I apologize yet again for the pain.
I keep coming back to the fucking Tumblr meme of "Listen up, Chucklefucks." Yeah. Like, it's what it sounds like to me.
You know what's funny is now I hope this is true. Whenever you play this game again, this area will make you think of this.
No, you're so right.
This area will always be the Praxis Babe circuit.
Hopefully, this will be the last time I'm ever grinding for the Boulder Side Sword, because I'm not going to use it in the future. I don't need it.
The Praxis Babe circuit.
Manal says, I am most best described as a Marxist, but I also don't tend to care that much about ideological distinction as a lot of communists. Like, I hate anarchists. Fair. But I assume you're also in the middle of typing something new.
But beyond that, I care a little about distinctions.
Yeah, that's fair. I do find a lot of the specific, distinctions are a little internecine for me. It's not that they don't mean anything, but, like, it's... I don't know, this is me going a little far afield from our discussion, but it's like, I don't think there's any kind of, like, strict coherence to a particular previous, like, political Marxist project that is going to be what actually works in America. Like, you need to fit your ideology to the specific material conditions in the society you're in. And there has not been a revolution in the Imperial Core like this, and, like, we're gonna have to adapt a lot. And, like, obviously... obviously that does also mean, like, using... God, my mind is blank right now. What was I saying? Okay. Obviously that does still mean using Marxist theory, of course, but it does mean that, like, I don't know that the difference between, like, an ML versus an MLM means a huge amount to me, you know? Like, it's all, like I said, a little internecine.
I like Non-Bean's obsession with the rats thing. I just looked at the chat and I see a bit ago, Non-Bean said, should we create rat laws? I want to go to rat court.
This is making me want to not make the rats a thing even more.
I'm loving it. You have to embrace the rat chat.
I don't have to do that.
No, some context for you. The chat really wants Jodi to call them rats for some reason.
Like in the way that Pepper calls chats snacks, they want me to say rats, and I don't know why. I don't want to do that.
It's because you're in a basement.
I don't want to do that.
In any case, because we have communism, mommy issues, and then rats. Yeah, rats will forever be chat. I like how, like, we're almost at a point where you don't have a choice in the matter, Jodi.
I do have a choice in the matter.
You do.
I choose what comes out of my mouth.
No, that's true, but I mean, it seems like the chat is, without question, calling themselves rats at this point.
Okay.
It doesn't mean you have to, but at this point, they are doing that for themselves.
I'm definitely on way more than 20 runs of this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
We should time how long a run takes and then do the math. In any case, we're almost done. Praxis babes recognize their own humanity and the humanity of others, so we allow for the entire range of human emotion to be expressed throughout our work. Engaging in leftist work will inevitably expose a person to grief, rage, and despair, but we must look to ourselves and our community to celebrate progress and find restorative moments of joy, peace, and hope. So this also, like, is a lot about being kind of like caring about themselves as saviors rather than like anyone who's actually oppressed and like what they're going through. It's just like we can't worry about those people too much.
I'm at 9 humanities right now. Oh my god. I've been grinding for so long. Manal says, I feel like we're maybe fruits. Since you're in a jar and jam goes in jars, IDK, rats doesn't make sense to me. I like fruits because that also means gay. I like that.
Can you alt tab out real quick? Fruits is good, but also like the reason is because this is Jodi's background. Jodi's in a basement. She's in the jar in the basement. So there's rats down here.
Nanbin, you are not one of my rats. I don't have any rats.
I also promoted the idea of saying like chat could be bubbles.
Bubbles?
Because you have bubbles in your jar.
Yeah, oh that's right. You did say that. I remember that now.
Okay, concluding thoughts. We are basically done. Leftism is at its core, or leftism at its core is the fight for humanity in a constantly dehumanizing world. This work is never ending and can cause us to become jaded, nihilistic, and hostile. So this is the biggest definition we've gotten so far. Leftism at its core is the fight for humanity in a constantly dehumanizing world.
But what does that mean?
It means it's the fight for humanity.
It's the closest, like, it's the closest thing we've gotten to a definition, and it's still not at all specific.
Yeah. We must remember that we are not alone and that we deserve to see the humanity we fight for reflected in our everyday lives in our communities. If we want to see dignity, respect, and autonomy for all people, we must see that in ourselves and give that to each other, even in our most conflicted moments. My personal views on leftism have always centered on love as a source of power, and my leftist communities have always reflected that back. Practicing leftism is my attempt to bring that love back into the online space.
I'm suddenly, like, that whole love thing is just making me think about, like, you know that meme, how I defeated fascism with the power of love?
No?
You can pull that up. We'll just Google that exact phrase.
Okay, I'm just going to read the last line.
Okay.
No. With love and power, and then their name. Okay. Now I'm going to find it. We read the whole thing.
We read the whole thing.
I skipped, like, a couple
I still don't know what it
paragraphs.
is. I still do not know what praxis-based leftism is.
So, defeat fascism with love, is it?
Yeah, how to defeat fascism with the power of love.
With the power of love. There's a Reddit thing, that's the first thing.
That might be it.
It's Wolfenstein?
It's this. It's that, yeah.
How to Defeat Fascism with the Power of Love by Luigi. Chapter 1, The Power of Love. The first step in my journey was realizing that it is impossible to defeat fascism with the power of love. Chapter 2, The Power of Incredible Violence. I see. I see. Okay.
So far, Manal understands me better than Pepper does. I'm just going to say that.
Huh?
Because Manal is making a really good case for fruits.
Hey, loser.
I win. Checkmate, rats. Hey, you know the problem here, though? Is Manal is calling the chat rats.
That's true. Fuck. Manal,
So,
no.
I don't know.
Manal, no.
Manal has already accepted the chat as rats.
You can see it on my behalf. No. Manal, you've ruined me. No.
I'm so sorry, Jodi. Okay, so the last thing I want to do is find that video.
Which video?
The video that this all started with.
Oh, okay.
I don't want to listen to the whole thing, but I just want to start it so you know what so chat knows what I saw when I first came across all this. I'm not going to show it on screen, I'm just going to play the audio. Also, I just want to point out, one of her pinned videos is Leftists for Kamala Speak Up.
I mean, which we knew. We knew that that was what her political project was.
There's another video she has that I'm very curious about that's called, When Are We Allowed to Critique the Leftist Movement? What are the rules?
What?
It's not the one I'm looking for, but...
I'm suddenly thinking about that other meme that's like, when is it okay to criticize Democrats? And it's like, basically for 2 days in every 4-year cycle.
Looking through. One of them is, did Kamala Harris run a bad campaign, or is that just something you were told?
No, she did. She ran an awful campaign. What do you mean by that? She lost by a huge margin. What do you mean by that?
Okay, here we go. I'm going to play the beginning of this video, because this is the This is the one.
Baldur Gauntlets. Gojo? Excuse me?
Huh? No.
No, you can't.
And I hope you don't. Normally.
Excuse me?
Jodi is in shock right now, understandably.
No, you can't say that word. No.
Is that not kind of obvious?
Yeah, I would hope that would be obvious. No. What? Why is that surprising to you, Gojo? I genuinely don't know what to do with that.
Right now we're trying to figure out if we should ban you right now. Or not, Gojo. For even asking that.
Redeem age verification.
I asked Gojo that already.
Yeah.
And he said he was 27.
Huh. Huh.
You okay, Jodi?
Yeah, hey, yeah. Okay. Okay, moving on, I guess.
You want me to
you want to bring up that video? Yeah.
I'm just gonna say, Gojo, why do you ask?
Like, I'm just confused why you knew enough to ask if you could say it beforehand, but not enough to know why that would be a weird thing to ask.
Yeah. I don't want to make another situation out of
Okay,
this.
you're right. Okay. Didn't say it, and that's the important thing, I suppose. Alright, let's move on. Let's talk about something else.
Do you want me to play the video?
Yeah, play the video.
Okay. So, the video that started this whole situation, right? The whole situation with the Praxis Babes thing. Because you made me feel bad. Well, why do you want to say the word? Like, if we're gonna talk more about politics,
yeah, yeah.
I think we can not talk about like this specific. Talk about you, but I'm gonna talk about this specific situation more so rather than you as a person.
Yeah.
Like, when people ask if it's okay to say that word, that means that they already say it.
Yeah. Like, that's what I take from that.
That means you say it outside the situation, and you're asking if it's okay to say it in this situation.
And it makes me worry about the safety of the people in chat to have you in chat as well.
Mm-hmm. Still not getting it?
Still not getting it. I've grinded for this for a long time before, but it's never been this long. I think I was just getting really lucky at my last run that most drops were happening relatively quickly.
Just, sorry, I need to at this point with Jodi. Is that what you need to what?
I'm not sure what you mean by that, J Hill.
Oh, no, I mean your obsession with the fucking rats.
Yeah. Oh, I see. Okay.
Poor kid.
Thank you, JL. I actually kind of needed that. Nonbean, I'm not gonna say you can't keep doing that whole thing, the rubber room thing, but I'm gonna ask you to limit that a little, okay?
It's just getting a little spammy.
It's a little spammy. Okay.
I like how you always try to go between these two
Yeah, I should just do it like this so I can actually lock on.
Oh, you're not like you're looking all funky again.
Yeah, because I died to that invader. Oh. So I lost my humanity. I became a hollow again.
Oh, okay.
Once per stream? Okay, once per stream is okay. And that's like, I know that it's a thing that just keeps going. I'm talking like one cycle per stream. Gojo?
What's do you mean fuck and shit, or do you mean something else?
I am.
Or do you mean a different F word?
I don't even know what the S word in this case could be.
Other than shit?
Other than shit, yeah.
Do you mean the word for queer people when you say F word? You mean fucking shit? Yeah, you already know you can say that.
Yeah,
we
have used those words.
They've been used on stream already.
Yeah. Well, Pepper.
Oh.
Were you trying to fuck me up?
No, just alt tab when you have a moment.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna, because like I just don't want this to be a situation. I'm putting a timeout for 10 minutes. Gojo. Just because like no, of fucking course you can't say that word. Obviously.
Yeah.
I just want to do something about it. I didn't like.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I didn't want to make a huge thing out of this, but I also didn't feel okay just kind of not leaving.
Yeah,
and not doing something.
I was trying to kind of like let you do it since this is your stream. But
I appreciate that.
No,
I wasn't sure what to do.
Yeah.
And I'm a little brain fried.
It's okay. Yeah, no. Once again, I'm saying this in the last thing.
Yeah.
Absolutely fucking not. You can't say that. What do you mean?
Yeah, no.
In any case, anytime that happens again, you're gonna be banned. To get onto the video, so once again, it started because we came across this person, who was. So if you don't know TikTok, there's something called stitching on TikTok. That usually means just replying to someone else's video with a video.
Yeah.
So
like, person 2 is like making a video where the first part of it is person 1's video.
Yeah. So the first like several seconds of the video, you're gonna hear one voice, and that's person 1. Person 2 is gonna be the next voice that comes in, and that's the person who wrote Praxis Babes. All right. And I'm not gonna play the whole thing. I'm just gonna play what I heard when I first saw it.
Couldn't vote for Kamala. Like I tried so hard to do it, and like in my defense, if I had seen this before, I would have fucking done different, and that makes me so mad. That's Annie. Annie is a leftist that didn't vote for Kamala Harris, and this is their response to reading my Praxis Babe manifesto. They commented on one of my videos, and I asked them to read it and tell me their thoughts, and they made this video that I have tagged in the caption. They warned in the caption that it's an ADHD kind of like outpouring of emotion, and it totally is. But luckily, I have ADHD, I'm a leftist, and I know the Praxis Babe manifesto, so I understood everything they were saying. I want to thank.
Anyways, that's as far as I got. Then she starts to thank Annie for being like, thank you for enlightening yourself with my Praxis Babe manifesto, basically. But once again, it comes down to the whole thing of like, I'm glad you regret not voting for Kamala Harris now. Don't you see now? Don't you see now why Kamala Harris is like our savior and the best person in the world? You know?
Yeah.
And it gets real funky.
And it's like, I already feel a little weird about a supposed leftist being like, oh, I didn't vote for Harris, but now I wish I did, for a lot of reasons. But then the idea that the thing that made you realize that was bad was reading that shit that we just read on stream. Like, what from that made you, like...
It's once again, for me, I'm pretty sure it's just more of the vibes-based thing.
Yeah.
Like, the first person was probably like, you know...
Manal, thank you for saying that also, the whole ADHD thing. Like, I didn't have the words for it, but yeah, it was weird. Like the way that both.
No, just read what Manal said.
Yeah.
Manal says, "I hate pathologizing.
Pathologizing.
I have trouble reading words. Yeah. Normal behavior. Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. And it's like just as someone with ADHD, the way people talk about ADHD is fucking weird to me. I don't know. It's like
it's not an excuse.
Yeah.
Basically.
It's not even that it's not an excuse, but just like, oh, it's okay. I cracked the code because I also have ADHD. Like, what? Come on, I don't know. I don't even know how to say it. I feel like my brain is a little fried right now in a way that's making it hard for me to express. But like,
maybe need some food, and also we've had a big conversation.
We've had a big conversation, yeah. And also like I've been grinding, which has been mind numbing.
Yeah.
The stream's been going on for a while. I've been grinding for a while. I don't want to leave this on the grind. I want to do something else.
Well, in any case, we are done with Practice Babes.
Yes.
We are all set now. I am going to I'm gonna exit the stream.
Okay.
You can do your thing.
Sounds good. I'm doing one more go around just to get enough souls to level up, and then we're gonna fight the boss of the area.
Okay.
And then maybe next stream I'll do a little bit more grinding to get the sword or something.
Okay. I am overheating, and I have been since like the halfway point of the manifesto, so I'm gonna go get some water.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. I didn't expect it to take as long as it did.
Thank you for helping me make content during my grind.
Yeah, didn't expect you to call that one. It was interesting.
I appreciated it.
It was entertaining.
It was. Yeah. J Hill, another hand touches the bell. True, and soon it's gonna be mine. Soon it's gonna be mine. I'm gonna ring that bell. I'm gonna do it. How do you like beat the game? Well, there's stuff you have to do. It'll make more sense when you see more of the playthrough. I guess partially because you're going to see me beat the game. J Hill says, but is Praxis Babes treating Kamala like how QAnon treated Trump as their savior? Kind of, yeah. I think that's bigger than Praxis Babes. That's how a lot of Democrats act. Like, it's something that... Have you noticed that whenever a Democrat does something that a Republican also does, it's fine? Like, when Trump was in office the first time, Democrats rightly criticized him for immigration, for his handling of, like... saying handling sounds like I'm soft pedaling it a little too much. Like, for his, like, atrocities at the border, right? Like, people rightly called him out on that. People rightly criticized him for that. And then Biden came into office and didn't reverse any of it, kept doing the same shit, in some instances made it worse, deported more people than Trump did, and it was fine. And no one cared. It was fine. Whatever. Like, suddenly, when a Democrat's in office, immigration's a serious problem, and we need to respond to that with camps. Like, this is a thing the Democrats always do, and it's really fucking awful. And it's like, not just is it a good thing, but like you as a communist are being divisive for even talking about it. Like, because obviously, if a Democrat's doing it, there must be a good reason. Now, I am going to switch to a longsword. I've talked about doing that. I would rather be able to attack without two-handing, and that's a good moveset. Okay, and I'm going to do the boss fight. I'm wondering if I should do this with Solaire. Like you can have Solaire as an NPC summon for this fight, and this is a boss where for an achievement later I do have to cut off its tail. So I should. That's easier if I have Solaire in this fight also. Maybe I should do that. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna go back and reverse my hollowing so I can do that. Nandin, what do you mean by he couldn't have run? J Hill says, I'd laugh if as soon as you stopped caring you got the sword. That would be funny. But it's not that I'm stopping caring. Like, I'm going to do some other stuff now, and then probably next stream I'm going to come back and continue grinding for the sword. I have enough Titanite shards. I should probably start ranking up this sword that I'm using. Oh, I'm out of souls. Okay. Anything else? Is it at 4 right now? Yeah, it's at 4. So I need 200 more souls. That's pretty easy. The smallest soul item you have, the Soul of the Lost Undead, is 200 souls. So that's easy. Yes? Yes. Not like us? What? Oh, yeah, not like us. Yeah, like everyone knew he was going to do that song there. Like, he had to. Sure.
Sorry to say some nerdy shit, but I really have to believe when the whole crowd hit the A minor lyric and held it for a while, there's no way Drake could feel that shit like Obi-Wan feeling Alderaan being exploded.
That's pretty good.
Imagine being him and having access to some of the craziest Super Bowl parties imaginable. You kind of have to opt out this year because you know the halftime show is going to tell everyone you're a pedophile by name. Yeah.
Nanbin, I think you might be a little confused about how this works. You don't have to take a break before you run again, unless I'm misunderstanding what you mean. Right, now I'm going to make a compromise with myself. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do the run. No, Nanbin, you can. That's usually what happens. I'm going to do the thing, and then after I kill the Baldur Knights, I'm going to just go on to the boss fight. Too many hands on that bell. You're right, J-Hill. It's so nice to be able to one-hand a sword again so I can go back to parrying. Ugh. Makes the Baldur Knight so much easier to deal with. Because I'm at a weird height difference because I'm lower on the stairs, I can't riposte. I can't do, like, I can parry, but I can't then follow up with that powerful attack. Yeah, no problem, Nanbin. Welcome back to the stream, Corgi, and I will take a sip in a second. You know what's funny? I was grinding for the Baldur side sword because I like the moveset, and now that I'm using the longsword, I actually really like this moveset too. That might have been unnecessary. Okay. Anyway, I'm safe now. Let me take a sip. Mountain, you've been saving up. That's a lot more points than you had earlier. Let's summon Solaire. Just because I want him to take the enemy's attention so I can cut off their tail. This is a mechanic I haven't talked about in this game. There are some bosses where you can cut off their tail to get a weapon, and I need to do that with all of them for the achievements. So there's only like, I think 5 enemies where that's a thing, but we have to do that with them. So this boss is a reference to a boss called the Man-Eater from Demon Souls, and the reason it's a reference is something I will explain as the fight goes on. Okay, Solaire, take the aggro, please. Oh, I'm low on health, actually. Oh, I am doing too much damage. Hang on. There we go. Got the tail. Perfect. That was the part I was worried about. We're good. When you get it down to half health, another one appears. That's just like the Man-Eaters in... Oh, actually, except in Demon Souls, with the Man-Eaters, it wasn't when you got one down to half health. It was just after a certain amount of time. So if you were too slow, you have to fight 2 at once, like for a long time, and it sucked. Nope. How'd that one miss? Whatever. Whatever. He's just gonna stay there, not attacking me, and why is this missing? That's so weird. Anyway, Bell Gargoyles are done. And I get a Sunlight Medal for doing that. I should actually... I'm going to need 10 Sunlight Medals by the end of the game. I should summon Solaire whenever I can. Not by the end of the game, by the end of the run. There's one place later on where I know for a fact I'll get 3 of them at once, and that's going to stay the case over... like... I'll be able to do that again in New Game Plus. So, yeah. Now finally, I'm going to touch the bell. And that's an achievement. Ringing this Bell of Awakening. And also a big, like, what we're doing in the first half of the game is ringing the 2 Bells of Awakening. So ringing this one is a big step.
Greetings. I am Oswald of Career, the Park. Thou appearest to lack faith, yet magnanimous are the gods. Cometh thou to confess, or to accuse? For indeed all sin is my domain.
So, this guy we mostly aren't going to worry too much about him. Also, he does sell Homeward Bones infinitely, which is useful. That's a good thing to know for later. He sells Karmic Justice, which is a miracle we are going to need before the end of the run. I'm not buying it now because it's 40,000 souls, and later on that will be way fewer souls to us. He also sells Velka's Talisman, which is a talisman that lets you use miracles with intelligence scaling, which is good for our build if we were going to use miracles, which we're not. So I'm not, like, the problem with this is even though it uses your int scaling, you still need to meet the faith requirement to use the spell in the first place, so it's not super helpful for us. But it is still cool. And he has some rings that increase resistance to bleeding and to poison, which is not super helpful for us. And a Ring of Sacrifice, which is like, you know how when you die, you leave behind your souls in the bloodstain? When you die with the Ring of Sacrifice equipped, you don't leave behind the bloodstain. You just keep the souls, but the ring breaks, so you gotta be careful. And there's multiple. I already have one in my inventory. I just forgot to talk about it at the time. Also, let's learn the best gesture in the game. The other thing with him is you can request absolution, which means that if I was to attack an NPC or something and aggro them, so long as I don't kill them, I can come to Oswald and pay him some amount of souls for that, and he can make that NPC not mad at me anymore, which is pretty helpful.
You're not welcome any time. It is only human to commit a sin.
I haven't shown gestures yet. Well, what is it? Best one. This is a long stream. I kind of want to keep going. Pepper, how would you feel if I kept going?
Go ahead.
Okay. It is getting late. So, there is another boss that I want to fight, which will be pretty quick. Or it should be. Love how sometimes their ragdolls just kind of reactivate when you see them again. Like, that corpse looked alive. I've given up on the Boulder Sidesword at this point, and honestly, I think my longsword will do me just fine. Especially because, like, I wasn't planning to use the Boulder Sidesword for the whole run anyway. But I want to see. Rapier. Oh, this wasn't even the Boulder Sidesword one. Is it the one you can just make fall off a cliff? No. No. Ceaseless Discharge? No, I couldn't do that. I have to do Quelaag before that one. But, because I'm a sorcerer, I might not even make that one jump off the cliff. I might just kill him with sorcery. To be clear, like, making that one jump off the cliff is not a cheese strat. That's intended. But it's, like, it's also a little difficult to, like, dodge the entire time to get him there. And it's just kind of easier sometimes to use sorcery. Especially by the time I get there when I'll have really powerful sorceries. This guy's a Titanite demon. There are a few throughout the game. All but one of them do not respawn when you kill them. And they drop Demon Titanite, which is used to upgrade boss weapons. I'm just going to kill him just so I don't have to worry about him later. Demon Titanite. No, Goju, you were timed out for 10 minutes, so the 10 minutes are over and you can be back. Just please don't say things like that anymore, okay? Also, that, like, shrub person dropped a purple moss clump, which is used to cure poison, and Very helpful. We are going to need that. Blood red moss clumps are used to reduce bleed buildup. Kind of useless. Like, no one uses the blood red ones. That guy down there is one of these guys waiting to pop up, so I'm going to not go too far ahead. It's okay, Goju, just don't do it again, okay? So this feels like a design misstep to me. I don't know why they do it this way, but there's an illusory wall right here, and behind that illusory wall is a bonfire. I don't think bonfires need to be hidden like that necessarily. So, Jay Hill, I wonder what you're going to feel about my opinion about this. I'll have more to say when we actually go to Blighttown, but I think Blighttown is good design. I think that poison swamps are good design. I think that sometimes it is good to design an area that is unpleasant to be in. Also, I didn't really point it out, but look at this tree's roots. It's not a tree. It is some kind of creature, and it's blocking our path. I just went ahead and attacked him without even pointing that out. Look at these guys. They're only in this one little side area. I love them. These little, like, frog, like, mantas? They're weird. I like them. Yo, Jay Hill, we're going to the Moonlight Butterfly, which is a boss that I need to kill twice for this run, because I need both of its boss weapons. And this is another one, and for a while there, it was, like, spinning. It's not now, though. Gojo, trade sweets for me to take a sip. Okay, I'm gonna take a sip. I am going to need to kill the Hydra for the DLC. And also to get Dusk, so I can get Dusk's spells. I could do the Hydra now-ish. But it's annoying. I don't feel like it right now. Oh, Stone Soldier. Now, there is something I need these guys to drop. I can also get it other ways, but if I can make them drop it now, that would be helpful. I need their sword and their shield. Oh, they're using a spell called Tranquil Walk of Peace, which means that you can only walk in their vicinity for a bit after they cast it. And usually I kill them. I forgot what I was saying. Usually I kill them more easily. I usually kill them before they finish casting it, but we're still early enough in the game, I guess, that it's causing me trouble. Also, that is supposed to be a stone soldier, but its ragdoll is weightless. The wolf ring, very helpful. I was explaining poise earlier in the stream. The wolf ring just gives you a lot higher poise. And also, one of the special rings granted to the 4 Knights of Gwyn. The wolf ring belongs to Artorias the Abyss Walker. Artorias had an unbendable will of steel and was unmatched with a greatsword. We're going to be seeing more about Artorias later. And also all 4 knights. Each of the 4 knights has a ring, and I'm going to be pointing out those rings and what we learn about those knights as we go. J Hill, I like the Artorias fight. I have a lot of fun with Artorias. Yeah, I am doing the DLC because as a sorcerer, those dark sorceries are super, super necessary. Those are kind of what makes the sorcery build work. I mean, I could make it work with just Soul Spear, but like, what's it called? Fuck. Dark Orb. Not Dark Orb. Fuck, what's the other one called? Whatever the like shotgun spell is part of why the sorcerer build is so strong. Also, look at this guy. This 2-headed lizard. Look at him. Look at him. Look at this guy. There's only like two of these guys in the entire game, and they're both in this area, and they're so interesting to me. I don't know why they put this enemy in only twice. Do I know what JJK is? Like Jujutsu Kaisen, I think. I know very little about it. I just know it exists. And here's the other one of those guys. See him on the tree? Yeah. Meant to look like vines. I think very interesting. Has a drop. An egg vermifuge. That is something that we'll need later, possibly. I do not want to fight this guy right now. I'm just going to go past him. He's casting Tranquil Walk of Peace, but I'm going away from him. The cat's not in this one. I know who you're thinking of. Also, there's our next boss, the Moonlight Butterfly. I like the music for this fight. Now, Gojo, didn't you say a different age yesterday? Or was that someone else? Nambean, that's what I remember too, but Pepper might have been wrong about that being Gojo who said that. I'm not sure. Okay, anyway, one of our big rewards, the Watchtower basement key, which if we didn't have the Master Key would let us go fight Havel. And the Divine Ember, which is used for ascending weapons up the Divine Path. Wait, Nambean, you saw Gojo say that yesterday also? Okay. Okay, we're just gonna keep moving on for right now. But yeah, J Hill says the butterfly is hated by the melee only builds. Yeah, I feel like the butterfly is like the boss that exists to be like, hey, if you're melee only, you should probably still have some kind of range damage, even if it's like fire bombs or something. Can't use this bonfire right now because there's still enemies too close. A little annoying. Okay, we're gonna move on for right now, folks, okay? I'm not going to fight the Hydra right now. I'm going to go back to Griggs, the spell merchant, and I'm going to buy a bunch of spells from him because I have a bunch of souls now. But I am going to come back before going down to Blighttown to take out the Hydra and talk to Dusk. Despite the fact I spent, like, what, 2.5 hours grinding for a sword I didn't end up getting, I feel like we've made good progress so far this stream. J-Hill, I'm not sure if that's a thumbs up or a, like, middle finger. It's hard to tell. Oh, fuck. Oh, I'm not dead. How about that? It's like someone's sleeping around here. Interesting. I thought there was... Oh, I already picked this up, I guess. Huh. Alright, I am going back to do that. There's two things that we can do by going up in the way I just tried to. I'm doing only one of them for right now to set up the second one for later. And I'm being vague about what that means for right now. I was just going to pick up this key. Undead Asylum, floor 2, west key. We are going to need that at some point. Because, spoilers, we can go back to the Undead Asylum. And there's very important things there.
It was by Uncle Guy.
Oh, it was by Uncle Guy. Okay, that was the confusion. Okay. So yeah, the person who said they were 27 yesterday was not Gojo. Oh, it was on the Fear stream. Oh, okay. Wait, what am I doing? I was about to use those souls on the level up instead of on spells.
Oh, hello. Well, you certainly are keeping at it. Myself, I'm fine. Let's get started straight away.
Alright. I have just enough to get Great Soul Arrow and Great Heavy Soul Arrow, and that's good. There is a second boss in the Asylum, J-Hill. You're right. That's part of what I was talking about. No, I mean, I don't think that's Mandela effect. I think that was just us misremembering. That's kind of my thing about the Mandela effect in general. When people say Mandela effect, what they really should be saying is, I misremembered.
Hey, loser.
Thank you for the sweets.
Ara Ara.
Alright, what do I do now? I could go fight the Hydra. I could go back to the Undead Asylum. I could end the stream. I could go do some of lower Undead Berg. I'm gonna do lower Undead Berg really quick because that has armor that I want.
Hey, loser.
Thank you for the sweets. I'm gonna take a sip. Oh, also, before I leave, I should remember to attune my new spells. Okay, Great Soul Arrow. Great Heavy. Heavy. Okay. So yeah, just like how we have regular Soul Arrow, now we have Great Soul Arrow, which is the same thing but more powerful, and we have fewer uses per copy of it. And then we have Heavy Soul Arrow, just like before. And in addition to that, we have Great Heavy Soul Arrow, which is the same thing, but more damage and fewer uses. You might be seeing a pattern here. Great Soul Arrow is going to mostly be our bread and butter this run. Like, just for regular enemies in PvE. Not for bosses as much. I'm getting to the point where I have enough spell uses, even just for regular Soul Arrow, that I can start using it just on like every enemy instead of having to save uses, which is nice. Give me humanity. Like you'll see, we're just gonna blow through this part of Undead Berg until we get to lower Undead Berg. You know what? I'm here and I'm already human. I was gonna say I might as well kindle it, but oh no. I thought I was being invaded, but I think that was just an enemy getting too close. I'm gonna kindle while I'm here. just costs 1 humanity at this point, so might as well. That guy? Okay, whatever. Dogs in Souls games are always the worst. But actually, I said they're the worst. They're not quite the worst, because the worst in Dark Souls 1 are torch hollows. Legitimately one of the most threatening enemy types in the game, even though it's just like the most basic enemy type, but they have a torch now. They do a lot of damage and they can easily stun lock you, and they have like, they can combo you very easily. So I'm being careful about them. But like there's like, when this game first came out, there were a lot of memes about torch hollows. That attack right there is the deadly one. Oh. I got lucky. I only got hit by the end of it. Twin humanities are just humanity items, except when you redeem it, you get 2 humanity. That's all it is. That's mainly just like to make it a little easier, because like when you're hollowed and you want to kindle a bonfire, you need 2 humanities, 1 to reverse hollowing and 1 to kindle. So it's just like, just to make it a little bit easier. Wonder what's going on with these doors. Oh, there's an enemy on the other side. Wild. I can't actually get that second hit to kill him. Oh well. Game's a little buggy in some ways. Also, you can see through the hinges on this door a little bit. Can't really see anything on the other side, but anyway, now the door's all open. These are hollow thieves. Thieves, rather.
Hey, loser.
Their armor is also a very rare drop rate. Like, if I could get it with like a decent, like, not that rare drop, I would go for it, honestly, because I think their armor looks cool as hell. But it's rarer than the Baldur's Side sword. We're not doing another grind like that right now. That means if I attack him in that stance, he can parry me. Oh, he made me bleed. Didn't kill me though, which is good. Mailbreaker is a useless item. And I thought that was where the parrying dagger was. I wonder where that actually is. Oh, I know where it is. It's in New Londo. I have no idea what any of you are talking about with the cheese tax. I'm sorry. Camera almost fucked me over. It's gonna be Capra Demon time in a second, J-Hill. I'm not going straight into that boss fog. There you are. The black leather armor is what I came here for. I like this armor set a lot. I think it looks good. My most recent run, I just used this the entire game once I got it. Oh, was this someone who was just... This person was there doing co-op for the Bell Gargoyles when I first got there. That's cool. It's like I'm playing alongside them. I'm not going down there immediately, though. I'm opening up the shortcut first. Oh, I just realized Pepper redeemed Comfy Compliment. I'm sorry. Pepper, fuck you. No, I'm just kidding. Pepper, I love you. You're so great. And I love streaming with you. You make me feel so loved. You make me feel like I'm really good at streaming, even though I don't think I'm that great. Like, you're just really cool. You're just really cool, and you make me feel good about myself, and I appreciate it. It's one of my favorite NPCs, the female undead merchant.
I'm your favorite NPC?
You still have your
I love
senses
you too,
about
Jodi.
you. Then why won't you buy some of my moss? I need your souls.
It's funny, I actually just saw a Tumblr post about this NPC earlier today. Let's see if I can get the dialogue that people reference. Yeah, here, this is gonna be it.
What do you think? We have water, moss, moisture, these nice iron bars. I like it here, I really do.
I like that.
Nothing good ever happened to me in life, but now that I'm undead, I've never been happier. You've come to this land at a bad time. There are nothing but hollows in these parts. Save for me, of course. You're undead too, aren't you? You be careful then. Go down along the side to reach the depths of the undead bird. Only unkempt crooks and liars to be found there. Hardly a place for a lady like myself. But who knows? Maybe you'd fit right in.
Okay, if Nonbean said they were gay, so what? I don't really understand what you're trying to say about that. Also, yeah, Nonbean's pronouns are they, them.
You've come to this land at a bad time. There are nothing but hollows in these parts. Save for me, of course. You're undead too, aren't you? You be careful then.
Your mom is gay, though? Okay. I don't know what you're trying to say right now.
There are no...
So yeah, this merchant sells moss clumps, which are necessary. I might buy a couple of blooming purple moss clumps from her, because that's not just reduced for curing poison, it's also for curing toxic. And we need that, for reasons you'll see.
Come again, if you please.
I don't know what you mean by that, Gojo. Okay, you can be gay and still have he, him pronouns. I don't quite know what you're getting at right now. And also, like, if you're not gay, then you're not gay, and you don't have to keep justifying that. That's fine. I'm gonna do the Capra Demon, and then I think I'm gonna call the stream. Ooh, don't know what happened to lock on there for a second. Yeah, Gojo, I don't even know what you're kidding about at this point. I'm a little confused too. Somehow we're all missing each other a bunch, and that's fine. I'm fine with the dogs missing me, even if it means I miss them too. Alright. This boss is one that's kind of infamous. It's not that hard, I think, once you know what you're doing, but it's a really small space, and the boss has 2 dogs with it, and it's really easy to get overwhelmed before you realize what the lay of the land is. Oh, shit. And that can also happen. You can get kind of like trapped in a corner, like with enemies on all sides. But this is up here is a spot where you usually can't really get hit. Okay, I spoke too soon. Okay. Once you're actually fighting the Capra Demon on its own, it is not that bad. Even if you're just doing melee, which I might do for a little bit. Look how much damage that great heavy soul arrow did. 350 damage. You have to stay still for a really long time, but it is so much damage. That's like a 1/4 of his health bar. Oh, it's dropped its machete. That doesn't usually happen here. That's cool. Yeah, I'm confused about everything going on in the chat right now, I'm not gonna lie. Alright, I'm gonna go back to Firelink, I'm gonna deal with my souls, and then I'm gonna end the stream, I think. What the? Interesting. I love this game a lot, which is part of the reason why I want to keep going even now, but it's midnight and I should stop. Also, this is a weird thing about Remastered. Sometimes it just respawns enemies when you go, like, too far away, which is not usually what happens in Dark Souls. It's weird.
You see the three young
Oops.
clerics headed for the catacombs to seek kindling. Kindling is the art of feeding bonfires. The poor young girl sent down into a tomb. What a terrible mission she is burdened with.
Oh, right. I forgot about I forgot this happened now. I'm gonna quickly talk to them and then we'll end the stream.
Oh, hello. My guests have finally arrived. I will be departing with them shortly. So, I'm afraid I will be saying goodbye soon. It was a pleasure.
Good night, Gojo. Good noodles.
Oh, hello. Miracles, I presume? Yes, I know.
So he does actually just give you sell you miracles now without you having to be part of his covenant when these guys are around.
An undead mission? Regrettably, I cannot share that with you. But you are my pupil. Perhaps if you show your faith.
3,200 souls. Alright, I want the plot because we're on stream.
Very well. I can surely tell you, of all people, undead clerics are given a mission to seek kindling. Kindling is the art of feeding bonfires with humanity. Through kindling, we shall one day be granted magnificent powers. Rhea is the youngest daughter.
Hey, loser!
Those young knights are her
Thank you for the
old
sweets.
schoolmates, but I'm not sure
Ara
what to
Ara.
make of them. I'm afraid they may be a bad influence. Rhea is the youngest daughter. Those young knights, but I'm not sure what. I'm afraid they may be a.
And he has a bunch of miracles, mostly healing miracles, and like homeward is like a reusable homeward bone, essentially. We're not going to buy them right now for a lot of reasons.
Come again. The effectiveness of the teachings depend upon your faith.
You are undead as well. Then we've no time to fraternize. I have my mission and you no doubt have yours. We must not let this curse overcome us. Did I not explain the urgency of our tasks? Or are you so uncouth as to lack such judgment? By the looks of you, I should think not.
That line doesn't make any sense. It's always been curious to me. Who are you so uncouth as to lack such judgment? By the looks of you, I should think not. That does not make any sense at all.
Did I not explain the urgency of our tasks? Or are you so uncouth as to lack such judgment? By the looks of you, I should think not.
What have we here? You look awfully raggedy. Times are grim. The least you can do is look sharp. Don't you dare meet my lady like that. You might scare her off for good. Oh, you again. What business have you? I don't suppose we can help, though. We accompany my lady on her righteous mission. It is quite a chore, but I'm stuck with her. And Nico, too. I can't very well abandon them now. Oh, it's you. We're to leave momentarily. The catacombs aren't exactly my idea of a good time, but what can one do? I do hope we meet again. Rary or not.
Rary or Nox, I believe, means fear the dark.
Oh, it's you. We're to leave momentarily. The catacomb. Rary or not.
Okay, let's buy some spells, I guess, and then I'll end it.
Well, you certainly are keeping at it. Myself, I'm fine.
Pepper, which guy? You mean the guy saying... It's my magic weapon. That could be useful.
All right. May we...
magic weapon is a kind of useful spell. Basically, when you have your staff in your left hand and the weapon in your right hand, you buff your weapon so it does magic damage in addition to its normal damage now. Pretty useful. Probably going to use it. Alright. Time to end the stream. Thank you all for being here. You're all wonderful, beautiful people, and I love you so much. If you'd like to support the channel, please consider becoming a member. If you do, you get special benefits like emotes, badges, shoutouts, and the possibility of joining Pepper in stream or in her Minecraft realm. I'm going to read her current members if I pull this up in time. I always am a little too slow with that. Our current Tier 3 grubs are Nonex and Shiny Warrior Wolf. Our current, Tier 2 treat is Pie, Queen of Orange. And our current Tier 3... Our current Tier 3 full tummy is Moopy Star. Thank you all so much. If you'd like to support the channel in other ways, you can do so via Streamlabs donations and Super Chats. Those go towards our survival. They help us a lot, and we super, super appreciate it. Pepper's Discord server and Minecraft from, what was I saying? Discord server and Blue Sky are in the description. Love you all so much. Goodbye, bye-bye. Goodbye, bye-bye. Goodbye, bye-bye.